Right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Green Tech 2022. It's really lovely to be with you all this morning. It's virtual, we know that. It's not a dual real-world event, but we've still got a really brilliant morning for you all. So my name's Steve Connor. I run a company in the heart of Manchester called Creative Concern. I'm also on the Manchester Climate Change Partnership and lucky enough to be on Pro Manchester's Green Economy team. I'm also on the Local Enterprise Partnership, where I do sort of lead for green economy work. So I'll be your chair for this morning. And we've got a brilliant array of speakers, panels, opportunities for questions. There's absolutely loads to go through this morning, so really exciting. Just to set the scene for this morning, and then I'll go through a bit of housekeeping. As many of you will know, Greater Manchester has a target to achieve net zero by 2038, a science-based target. We're one of the first city regions to set a science-based target. And we're working incredibly hard to try and start getting on track to hit that target. We're not on track, if I'm really honest. There's a load of work to be done, but we're looking at the retrofit of our building stock, both domestic and commercial. We're working on a new energy plan for Greater Manchester to really bring down that sort of area of carbon emissions. We've got a clean air zone coming into being later on this year. And we've also working on the B network for transport, so where we can really up our game on active travel, cycling and walking to you and me, but also getting more people onto public transport. So loads of work going on, including on the transport front, things like electric vehicles, which we'll touch on with one of our speakers in a little while. We've also got a programme that I'll come back to at the end called Be Net Zero. So for any of you who run your own business or are really keen to see your business on track towards net zero, we've got a programme for Greater Manchester called Be Net Zero, where we're trying to get every company in Greater Manchester on their way towards achieving net zero carbon emissions, to join the city region in getting us to there by 2038. So I'll mention that again in a little while, but the important thing for this morning that I wanted to emphasise was we know that given today's technology, today's policies, and today's behavioural trends, we still have a gap in terms of reaching net zero. And that gap I always like to describe as being the kind of innovation gap, the place where Mancunians, Greater Mancunians can do what they do best, which is find new ways of working, new technological approaches, new canny ideas to actually plug that gap in carbon emissions and get us to net zero. So we'll hear a lot this morning, I hope, about innovation, right the way through from technological innovation, through to funding, through to changing hearts and minds of people to get them on this journey. So absolutely loads to go through, really exciting to be with you all. And most importantly, of course, thanks for sparing some of your time to be with us this morning. So just before we kick off with our first speaker, Nicole from Anthesis, I just wanted to first of all say some thanks. So first of all, the big thanks to the Pro Manchester team who've been pulling this together and as ever doing an amazing job. We've got some great sponsors. We've got Appleyard Lees, Suez, Electricity Northwest and Squire, Paton, Boggs are our sponsors. So thank you so much to them, and also thanks to the Juice Academy. Their apprentices are supporting us on social this morning. So while I'm on the subject of social, please do engage on Twitter or any other platforms that you really love. The hashtag GreenTech22 is one that you can use. And if you wouldn't mind tagging the lovely people at Pro Manchester, that's at Pro Manchester. And then they can cascade that out to the world and can reach loads more people. We are recording the event this morning, so please do be aware of that. So if you accidentally turn your camera on, speak, and you're in your PJs, it's all your own fault, because when that gets up on YouTube, you know, you were warned. So we are recording this morning. I'm sure we're all comfortable with that, and it means more people can watch it later. The way we're going to run the session is we've got a mix of fast talks, a couple of double headers, we've got a couple of coffee breaks planned, and we've got some panel sessions. So there's quite a lot for us to get through this morning, which will be great. It means we're all going to hear and learn an awful lot. So if you have got any questions, please do pop them in the chat. I'll be keeping an eye on the chat. but also my colleagues at Pro Manchester will be flagging up any questions that pop up there. So if you've got something that you'd like to say or a question you'd like to pose to any of our speakers, please do at any point, pop them in chat, or if you'd like to put your hand up, I'm more than happy to come to you. And at that point, you can pop your camera on, pop your microphone on, and we'll come to you for a question. So as we go through this morning, please do feel free to pop in any questions that you've got. The only other thing I'd say is whilst we're running through, please do keep your cameras off and your mics muted. So we are in what's called meeting format rather than webinar format. So it does mean that everybody can jump in and jump out as they want, but please do keep your microphone off so that we don't get loads of background chatter and so that we can all really concentrate on the speakers. So that's my intro done, and that's us all ready to go. So as I say, we've got absolutely loads to get through. We're going to start the day with an acronym. What better start for a Thursday morning than an acronym called SCATTER, which is a fascinating sort of project and tool that some colleagues at Anthesis have been using. Really critical in terms of setting the agenda for Greater Manchester, but now being applied to loads of other cities and regions. So we're going to find out about that first with the wonderful Nicole Dalton from Anthesis. Nicole, do you want to pop your camera on? There you are. Brilliant. Nicole, I'll hand over to you. You've got 10 minutes. Tell us all about SCATTER.
Yeah, thanks, Steve, and hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. So yeah, I'm just going to share my screen so you can see the presentation. There we go. So yeah, I'm just going to talk today about SCATTER, our climate emissions modelling tool. So the presentation is a bit more focused on the bigger picture, which hopefully will be a useful place to start. And I'm just going to talk about some of the work that's happening with local authorities across Manchester, in particular this tool that we've developed, and then how businesses can get involved. So just to introduce myself, my name's Nicole Dalton. I'm a consultant in the Cities and Regions team at Anthesis, and I recently led a project with the Manchester Climate Change Agency on developing the evidence base for their climate change framework. And the Cities and Regions team is just one part of Anthesis. We offer sustainability consultancy services to businesses and other organisations, and we actually only work in sustainability, which makes us the largest group of dedicated sustainability experts globally. So we've had the pleasure of working with a number of organisations and authorities in Greater Manchester, and a lot of it began a few years ago now with GMCA. So we helped with the 5-year environment plan by developing some of the pathways and targets that sat behind that. And this has then been repeated for other GM boroughs. So we've worked with Wigan, Trafford, Stockport and Manchester to replicate a similar kind of analysis. And this has really helped us to build up a picture of the kind of climate action that's happening across the city region. And it all sits under this umbrella of the 2038 target. And then each area has its own kind of priorities and focus areas. So we've also worked extensively outside of Greater Manchester with a number of other authorities, including York, Newcastle and Birmingham. So we have quite a good idea of what best practice looks like for leading UK cities. And we really see cities as not only an essential piece of the puzzle when it comes to achieving international climate change targets, but also just as a really interesting space to work in, especially in city regions like Greater Manchester, which are really leading the way. And cities can be these really great agents of change where there's a huge opportunity for place-based action and local benefits. And something that we always come back to when we work with local authorities is this role in convening all the major stakeholders and businesses in a region together to work towards a shared vision. So what's our role as consultants in this? So it's kind of fallen into two areas. And the first has been building an evidence base for action. So setting some of the sector and subsector targets for us then all to work towards. And then the second part has been putting that into action. So building on that evidence base to facilitate engagement and collaboration across stakeholders. So to help with that first part and building an evidence base, we have developed a tool called SCATTER, the great acronym that Steve was referring to. And this is essentially an emissions measurement and modelling tool that operates at the scale of a region. And the tool has been developed and shaped in Manchester, which is something we're very proud of. We worked with GMCA, who supported the development of the tool, and we also worked with the likes of the Tyndall Centre at the University of Manchester to help with some of the assumptions that sit behind that. We also worked with Bayes, amongst other technical experts, and more recently Nottingham, to further develop the tool. And the result is that we've ended up with an online tool that is free for all the UK local authorities to access, and over 300 have now registered to use the tool. So the tool has two parts. The first part is an inventory or a current emissions profile, which is shown on screen here for Manchester, and we appreciate and see the need for inventories, as it can be quite a time-intensive process to gather all the data together and produce this for cities. So we've automated it for local authorities. And our approach is aligned with international standards of carbon reporting, which then allows cities and regions to align with best practice. And we see this as a really important feature for enabling transparent monitoring and reporting across regions. So the second part of the tool is more forward-looking, and it's what we call the pathways element. And this really allows users to look at different scenarios of emissions reduction based on a combination of different measures and levels of ambition. So the purpose is really to establish what needs to happen across a region. So there are over 30 different measures in the tool across all the key sectors, so buildings, transport, energy, etc. And this really helps users to build a picture of not only the type of actions required, but also the scale of action required to follow a certain trajectory. So for instance, in our most recent work with Manchester, we've been able to provide statistics like how many homes need to be retrofit by a certain date, which has then been able to inform their implementation plan. And what we can do is we can add up these measures and see how far it gets the city in reaching its carbon budget targets. So we've also worked to transform this into an online tool that's interactive, so users can play with different levels of ambition and different measures, and then see the impact on their pathway themselves. So the example here on screen, I've set everything at a minimum ambition level, and then on the next slide, everything is set at maximum, and you can see what happens then to the 2050 pathway, and basically how close you're going to get to zero. So in terms of what scatter has been used for, beyond just the kind of time efficiencies and resource savings for local authorities using it, we've also found that it's been really valuable in other areas of climate action. So it's actually been a really powerful education tool. So we find now that generally most people have a good awareness of what climate change is, but this really helps to communicate and bring home that message of the scale and extent of change needed across a whole system. And that kind of links to the tech enablement and digitalization of the tool, where that interactive nature really helps us to communicate that in a much more effective way. Scatter's also been used a lot for action planning, so taking some of the measures and ambitions that are in the tool to inform local strategies or policies that can then be linked back to a pathway in the city target. And the last thing is a vehicle for collaboration, so providing some of those more granular targets for us all to then work towards as part of a shared vision. And again, using Manchester as an example, at the moment they're using some of the transport statistics, such as the percentage of EVs needed by 2025, to engage with other stakeholders and inform that collaboration. So I appreciate that in this room actually there's quite a lot from the public sector, and so whilst that is focused on local authorities, it does have value in shaping the agenda for a whole region. And the next steps really are then building on that evidence base and turning that into action. So in terms of how your organisation can get involved in this, the first thing is basically encouraging your local authority to measure and monitor emissions using a tool like Scatter. And there may well be other means of getting to that point, but the key takeaway is ensuring that there's an understanding of where you're starting from and where you need to get to. in your region. And that kind of links to then having an awareness and understanding of what targets have been set for your city and the kind of measures that are in place. So knowing what you're aiming for, who you need to work with, that kind of thing. And hopefully I've given you some confidence in the process that's gone into defining a lot of those targets. So then it's just a case of using them and thinking about your role in helping to achieve them. And then the last thing here, which is probably the most important one, is then engaging and participating with your local authority or city, which I know is quite a big one, but this is essentially advocating for public-private partnerships, which is becoming an increasing priority for cities to start engaging some of their businesses in the region. And I know there's already been some great progress made in Greater Manchester. There's already great setups like the Manchester Climate Change Partnership. There's work happening on city business alliances. So it really is an important next step to build on this evidence. And also it's useful to look at some of the initiatives that are operating at the scale of a region or a city, so you can tap into those. So for example, we've been working with one GM borough amongst others to develop a framework for a concept called authority-based insetting, which would essentially channel funding and investment into local projects as opposed to ones that happen outside the city boundary. So actually it can be really useful to think at the scale of a region and the opportunities for collaboration and innovation that happen here. And I think Greater Manchester is a really great place to do that. So the last thing for me to say is thank you for listening. I hope that provided some useful context to the work that we've been doing and all the great things happening across Manchester. My contact details are there if anyone has any questions. And yeah, looking forward to hearing about all the other discussions and things happening in Manchester today. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks, Nicole. That was excellent. And before you mute yourself and disappear, we don't want that yet. Just I had a couple of questions. I mean, first of all, you showed us the interactive tool that you can use in workshops, which my immediate instinct is I want to have a play with that. But is there anywhere online where people can find out more about the data sets, and in particular that last point you made about ways in which business, because we do have quite a few businesses on the event this morning. So have you seen any businesses being engaged by cities using this tool, or just simply where can we go to find out more?
Yeah, so I think the first place to go is the website. So if you type in scatter cities, there's some like general information on the website. And if you want to know more about being able to get a login or access the tool, then I think it's just emailing us and getting in contact and seeing if we can provide access or come to an arrangement for that. But yeah, I think it's been a really useful tool for almost giving you or authorities a reason to reach out to businesses. Now they've got a really good idea of like the number of houses that need to be retrofit or the number of offices and what needs to happen with them. It's kind of giving them that starting point to go out and say, okay, this is the target. What can we do? How can you help us? How can we support you? So I think it's a really important conversation starter, and it just gives you that evidence base. But yeah, it's been used a lot in Manchester for that, and we're currently working at the moment with Manchester specifically on taking that out to some of this other stakeholders and the partnership as well.
Thanks, Nicole. Wonderful. Right. Thank you so much. And as ever, I'm a huge fan of Anthesis. Do great work. Good. Right. So we're going to move on to our next speaker now. So before cakes, parties and wine and cheese was the only thing on the news, just before Christmas in Glasgow, we had a huge global event called COP26. Finally, it was a year late. But Convention of the Parties, COP26 happened in Glasgow, and Greater Manchester had a delegation there. There was a cities event that Andy Burnham led on that was quite a big deal and had a really great impact. So, and the legacy of COP26 is vitally important and one that all of us working on this need to keep in focus. So thankfully, we've got somebody this morning who's going to cover a little bit more about COP26. So I'm really chuffed to be able to introduce Reid from Weber Shandwick. Graham, over to you.
Morning, thanks, Steve, and hopefully I'll get the slides up without any problems. Yeah, so thanks and good morning, everyone, and welcome to Sustainability and the Right to Operate. So as Steve mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about the world post COP26 and also what it means for businesses, I think particularly from a brand and business reputation point of view. A bit about me. So as Steve said, my name's Reid. I lead on sustainability with Shandwick, and we're a global communications agency based here in Manchester. I've been in comms for around 10 years and up here in Manchester for the last 5. And I work with businesses of all sizes, so from startups to large corporates, everything in between. My experience is bedded in both sustainability and technology, so hopefully useful for today. And across a whole range of industries, so finance, retail, the third sector, and many more beyond. I think, you know, with sustainability and technology tends to kind of bleed into a bit of everything. So similarly, I've worked in many different sectors. And my work in practice means a number of different things, which I'll touch on in these slides. So, you know, 1 minute I'll be working with big corporates looking to communicate their sustainability investments. The next I might be working with an innovative startup or an NGO looking to gain attention for their work on net zero projects. So a real range, and no day is the same in my line of work. And Steve mentioned I'm going to talk a bit about COP, but I think, you know, the title of the presentation and the reference to the world post COP is potentially misleading, because I think to talk about COP, first we have to understand the context that we're living in. And when it comes to sustainability, COP certainly isn't the start or the end of the story. So I think what COP has done is focus our attention, particularly in the UK, on the role that businesses have to play in realising society's sustainability goals. So today we know that investors and the financial community are taking ESG more seriously. We know that consumers are increasingly demanding action from brands. As Steve touched on, you know, authorities and the public sector are really looking to drive, you know, net zero and carbon neutrality targets through. And those terms, net zero, carbon neutrality, we're hearing them more and more in everyday conversation. People are starting to really understand what that means. And what we know is that, in fact, you know, 8 out of 10 consumers say that sustainability today is more top of mind now than it was before COVID-19. So it's really accelerating in the public discourse. But what does all of this mean? Well, what we've observed over the past few months, and particularly post-COP, is that this general public awareness is going hand in hand with this more structured awareness amongst policymakers and investors and business leaders too. And because of COP, and for perhaps the first time, we are seeing this real tipping of the balance of incentives for business leaders to take notice of sustainability. So, you know, there's long been a moral incentive to take sustainability seriously. Today, we're seeing financial incentives, and the customers, consumers, they're making their choices based on sustainability credentials. We also know that a strong sustainability roadmap, well communicated, can help businesses in many areas. So from everything from sales and brand power to recruitment and retention and beyond. So sustainability is everywhere today, and momentum has long been building. COP, however, was the perfect storm that brought everybody, so legislators, consumers, businesses, world leaders, it brought everybody together. I think most of you will have an idea of what COP is and was, but for those of you that don't, I'll quickly cover some key points. I think in its simplest terms, COP is a gathering of all 197 UN member states. They come together with the aim of assessing global progress in dealing with climate change. COP26 in particular, in November, was high on the agenda in the UK for many reasons. It was the first time we'd hosted this global event. And this COP was always also considered a particularly important event because it was seen as this key milestone following the Paris Agreement. So that was a global commitment made in 2016 designed to stop global temperatures from reaching 2 degrees centigrade. And you hear 2 degrees and 1.5 degrees talked about a lot in sustainability circles. And this is seen as this catastrophic top temperature for our planet that we just do not want to go above for our planet. COPs bring together this huge melting pot of the great and good within the sustainability debate. So at every level, from local activism right up to global leadership. And at COP26 in Glasgow, there are around 40,000 registered delegates attending COP. And that's before you get to the tens of thousands of private sector attendees, activists, enthusiasts, media, side events, many more individuals who descended on Glasgow. It is a huge event. And loads happened at COP this year. Too much that I can fit into a 20-minute talk. I've looked to capture some of the major headline grabbers here. So this was the big one. For the first time at a COP conference, there was an explicit reference to reducing coal in the final conference deal. This is huge because it provides an impetus for all of the world's big polluters to switch away from coal, which is responsible for 40% of the world's carbon emissions today. We had the US and China pledging to cooperate in tackling areas including methane emissions and clean energy. And that, again, that's a really significant move to see these two superpowers actually finding some common ground, which isn't always the case. We had India pledging to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2070. So this is where it captures the equivalent amount of carbon across all of its operations to that which it emits. So much was made of the target year, which is 20 years behind the UK and the EU and the US targets. But there's a really interesting debate here around the role of different countries in tackling climate change. So the burden of responsibility on climate change is actually quite hotly contested between rich developed countries, fast developing countries, and those at the poorest end of the scale who actually tend to be the hardest hit when it comes to climate change impact. And then there were swathes of other commitments from subgroups of countries. So there was a pledge to cut 30% of methane emissions by 2030, and that was agreed by more than 100 countries, including the UK and the EU and the US. Methane is currently responsible for a third of human-generated warming across the world. There was a commitment from another group of 100 countries that promised to stop deforestation by 2030. So this is seen as vital, just simply as trees absorb vast amounts of CO2. And then importantly for the private sector, there were commitments around sustainable finance. So in one announcement, more than $130 trillion was committed to financing clean energy in what former Bank of England Governor Mark Carney declared a watershed moment. So this is particularly interesting as it's a direct attempt to involve and finance private companies to meet government net zero targets. So this slide is just a snapshot of what went on at COP. There is loads more that I could talk about across a whole range of issues. But I suppose the question for us today is, why does this matter to me as a professional or a business leader or an innovator working in the Northwest? So the reason it's important for us in the Northwest is that all the levels of leadership and influence around COP are interconnected. It's that melting pot that I mentioned earlier. So at the top, we have global negotiations, putting pressure on national governments to make commitments on climate change. We have lobbying coming from activists, Greta, of course, and we couldn't have a climate presentation without Greta Thunberg. And we have also pressure coming from global corporate business who are trying to put forward their agenda to the global leadership. From the bottom, we have regional leadership pushing their own agenda. So, and again, there will be local business and pressure groups pushing for actions, making a difference on a day-to-day basis in the Northwest. As Steve mentioned, Manchester, of course, had its delegation at COP26. Andy Burnham was in attendance. and that there'll be other presentations, I'm sure, today that go into the Manchester targets in more detail. And then we have poor old Boris, who's just about hanging on to his job, and his picture on this slide. So we have poor old Boris and the national government in the middle, taking their national agenda to the global table, and then coming back from that table to try and please all of their own national and regional audiences. Then all the while you have other pressures outside of sustainability impacting any decisions made within sustainability. So everything from COVID to education to immigration to healthcare and so on. So here you see that these global decisions will cascade down to national and regional government. Ultimately, we will all have that part to play in realising some of the global commitments that were made at COP. And crucially, in Manchester, we see these global topics that are debated at the highest tables echoed locally. So Steve has already touched on some of the details, but this is a snapshot of Andy Burnham's 5-year environment plan, which was launched in 2019, and the 6 pillars that make up that plan. So all 6 pillars here covered topics that were talked about and debated about and argued about all over COP26. So I could take transport as a live example. So during COP, Burnham announced plans for Manchester to have the first carbon neutral transport network in the UK. This, of course, takes both investment, but also technology, expertise, momentum, which is more often than not coming from the private sector. He needs cutting-edge electrification technology for his buses. He needs payment and app technologies to enable easier access to the transport network, especially if we want to achieve this aim of replicating London's network. And we need to stay close to continued innovation in transit. So, for example, only last week, we're talking about a new e-bike hire scheme in the region. And elsewhere in the UK, we're seeing other modes of transport, such as electric scooters, being trialled in public networks. So, you start to see this importance of the businesses in this vision, and where COP has its influence on the topics that are debated up and down the country. And again, these solutions are all interconnected. We have startups innovating, we have SMEs implementing, we have big corporates scaling. Everything works together in this ecosystem of sustainable innovation. But why should we care about sustainability, which is perhaps a strange question for today? But I think if any of you are one of the few that don't see sustainability as an urgent issue, then there are actually some compelling insights that might convince you from a business point of view. So what we are seeing unequivocally is that the world is demanding for businesses to take sustainability seriously. So we've seen Nielsen found, for example, that 8 in 10 consumers feel strongly that companies should help to improve the environment. We see a will from consumers to do the right thing as well, but they want brands and businesses to help them do it and make it easier. And then we're also seeing more investors demanding strong ESG credentials. So that's environmental, societal, and governance credentials from the businesses they are investing in. So all of this means that there is this growing need for the private sector to step up and take responsibility for both its impact, but also the solutions in tackling climate change. So all of this brings me to a final few slides around how the communication of sustainability and tech innovation in this area is so important for all businesses. So at every level, there are reasons to engage with audiences. So for large enterprise, there is this need to convince consumers and customers that you are a responsible business and doing your bit for the planet. This is shown actually to improve a whole range of metrics, as I mentioned earlier. So recruitment to sales and brand reputation and beyond. And then for suppliers, we see enterprise businesses tightening their societal expectations for their supply chain. Not tackling sustainability challenges actually may leave you out in the cold for tenders today. So, and doing the opposite could actually put your business in the driving seat. So, you know, whilst again, as I talked about earlier, we have this moral incentive to tackle climate change, you're actually seeing these real business impacts coming from not communicating and tackling your own climate challenges. And then for small businesses and innovators, a strong sustainability story can be your shop window. You know, large corporates are desperate to solve their sustainability challenges, reduce their carbon footprints, but in so many cases, the technology isn't ready. So your innovation could fill that gap. And Steve spoke about the innovation gap earlier. So, and strong communications is your shop window to put yourself into that gap and get noticed by you know, those potential customers who are looking for that innovation to solve their challenges. I'll leave you with 3 simple starting points for communicating sustainability and putting yourself into the post-COP conversation. I think the first thing to say is you must walk the walk. Consumers are cynical, enterprise customers are methodical. I think you'll hear more from technical experts throughout today, but if you're not tackling these sustainable issues, then you do not have a platform to talk about it. This is a great example from BrewDog. They have continued to innovate when it comes to sustainable progress. So in the past couple of years, they have told their story through their products. So using waste from beer production to launch a vodka or launching a net zero beer. They also push renewables in their operations and are accredited by respected bodies, so such as B Lab, who score businesses on their purposeful credentials and award B Corp certifications, which are becoming more widely known amongst consumers today as well. So the first key point I would always say from a communicator is that you have to make sure you're walking the walk. Greenwashing doesn't work. You have to be doing it for real. Second, make it tangible. So the best communications are those that are simple. They can be understood by everyone. I was lucky to be involved in this work for Iceland Supermarket, who have told simple and clear sustainable stories through their clear messaging and choices of channels and around topics such as plastics and palm oil, which can be really complex. So a couple of years ago, we worked with Iceland to distribute a Greenpeace video that told of the perils of palm oil as their Christmas advert. It was simple, it was powerful, it took this complex issue, the use of palm oil, into something that consumers can understand. We launched it online. It was one of the most watched Christmas ads in history. So really successful piece of communication for Iceland. And just a final rule to consider for today is that we shouldn't be scared to tell the story of our sustainability journey. We all share the climate change challenge together. It is a huge problem to overcome, but without this commitment and this action and innovation, then nothing will happen. So this is just an example from Nespresso, who we have helped to take some of their to tackle some of their sustainability challenges head on. We have helped them speak openly and transparently around their challenges, such as recycling, but also help to inspire action to solve it. So through communications. So for example, in the UK, they were a founding member of Podback, a cross-industry coffee pod recycling scheme, which has seen a huge investment from the business. And elsewhere, they continue to make progress on net zero and carbon neutrality goals. They have to keep talking about their journey. And there isn't a finish line. So when it comes to tackling climate change, we must show that constant improvement. Consumers can be forgiving if they see a will to improve. Which brings me to the end of the presentation. I'll leave you with this thought, that an unsustainable business model is a burning platform. So while COP26 was a milestone for sustainability and an accelerator for tech innovation in the space, the context hasn't changed. COP26 shone a light on the challenges we have to overcome, but businesses have a role to play. And ultimately, if you don't understand your challenges or drive home your innovations, then consumers and customers will make a decision for you. Right, so I haven't had nearly enough time to cover everything. I hope this has set the scene for some of the sessions to come. If you do have any questions about anything today, my email's here on the slide. You can also find me on LinkedIn. And I'd also be happy to just go into any more detail on anything sustainability or tech, any questions you might have, whatever size or business or industry you exist in. And that's me. So thanks very much for your time this morning.
Graham, that's excellent. Thank you so much. And some really brilliant examples there as well. Are you here with us for a little while longer if people want to post questions in the chat?
Absolutely, yeah, I'll stick around.
Brilliant. Yeah, because we are a bit tight on time, otherwise because I've got a couple of questions for you as well, but I don't have enough time. It's very frustrating. I did, and I mean, brilliant that you guys were involved in that Rangtang Greenpeace video. That was just such a powerful bit of comms, wasn't it, last year? It's amazing.
Yeah, really proud of that one. And I think the interesting thing for Iceland, I talked about walk the walk, that really comes from the top for them, yeah. and you know, their leadership is really, you know, personally involved, and so that's what makes it, for us as communicators, just so easy that they really mean what they're trying to do. Yeah,
brilliant, Graham. Thanks so much. Speaking of leadership, I love the fact you referred to him as poor Boris. You know, when it's tipped over into pity, you know that the game's over, isn't it, really? Poor Boris. Yep. Brilliant. Thanks so much, Graham. Right, we're going to move on now to a really good friend of mine and an absolute hero in the climate change space, frankly. So I'm bigging you up there massively, Jonny. I hope you're ready for it. We've next got Jonny Sadler from Electricity Northwest, who's their Strategic Decarbonisation Manager. Over to you, Jonny.
Thank you very much, Steve, and it's a real pleasure to be with you all this morning. Apologies for the slightly odd lighting. My neighbours have decided that now is the right time to go through the noisiest phase of their building work. So hopefully you can see me well enough this morning. I'm going to build on some of the themes that we've all heard in Graham's presentation, and really the headline message I heard coming out of COP is that whilst we've been talking about this agenda for a long time, this next phase, this next decade has absolutely got to be characterised by immediate action right now. So I'm going to build on a little bit of that context, but really where I want to leave you with is some practical actions that we can all be taking as businesses right now on our journeys to net zero. So let's start here. So these are some of the graphs that we produce. These are forecasts for electric vehicle uptake on the left and solar PV uptake on the right. They're focused on Greater Manchester. The one on the left for electric vehicles, you'll see we have about 14,000 EVs on Greater Manchester's roads today. That figure needs to grow to about 150,000 by the start of 2025, so in 3 years, a tenfold increase. And by the start of 2030, so just 8 years away, that figure needs to be more like 600,000. And those are minimum figures, I should say. They align with that dark blue line you'll see on the graph there. In terms of PV uptake, we need to see another third of solar PV installed across the city region over the next 3 years. And we need a doubling in capacity by 2030. So, and again, those are minimum figures, and I'd also say they're aligned with net zero by 2050. And as I'm sure colleagues on the event will know this morning, we have even more ambitions here in Greater Manchester and across other parts of the region. So we're actually trying to get to net zero by 2030 in Greater Manchester, 2030 in Lancashire and 2037 in Cumbria. So those lines that you saw on the previous slide, picture them again, but even steeper if we're going to have any chance of meeting those even more ambitious targets we've set for ourselves locally. A couple of other points I'd make on this slide is that as well as the introduction of these targets and ambitions and shared visions for Greater Manchester, you will see now in place support programmes for businesses to help them on their journey to net zero. And Steve's already touched on briefly this morning the new Be Net Zero programme, which we're really pleased to be a partner in. But you'll also see, as well as some of those carrots, you'll see some sticks coming into play. So you will see requirements for businesses to be taking action in the form of things like clean air zones, which is coming in Manchester and Greater Manchester in May this year. You will also see things like procurement requirements in some local authorities. So a 10% weighting for climate change action in tenders that come out from Manchester City Council, for example. So what does all of this mean for us as Electricity North West, and why are we talking to you this morning? For those of you who perhaps aren't familiar with us, we are the distribution network operator for the North West of England. What that means is we own and invest in the infrastructure which distributes electricity to the 2.4 million homes and businesses across the region. And we've been involved in a very extensive conversation over the last 2 years with our customers and stakeholders to understand what are their priorities and what do they want to see us investing in over the next 5 years in our business plan for 2023 to 28. And the key message that came out for us is that there's a really strong expectation that we will lead the North West to net zero. Comes through in all of the conversations that we have with a range of different stakeholder groups. And that's now baked in as the headline commitment in our business plan for that next 5-year period. And we'll be doing 4 things in order to realise that aim. First thing we'll be doing is we'll be investing to double the capacity of the network to enable customers to connect electric vehicles, heat pumps and other low carbon technologies. We'll be providing support and advice to help customers to get on their own net zero journeys. Thirdly, we'll be leading by example. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And fourthly, and really importantly, as we become more reliant on electricity for things like transport and heating, we will make sure that our customers have increasingly reliable supplies of electricity. So let's start to transition now into what all of this means for businesses in a more practical sense. Graham's done a great job of setting the scene in terms of some of those drivers for business action. And I'll just pick up on a couple of others that we see as well. Energy costs, latest piece of research from Office of National Statistics sets out that businesses spend between 3 and 25% of their purchase costs on energy, and that figure is likely to rise. You'll see that customers are increasingly expecting businesses to be taking action. So up to 80% of customers we've spoken to expect the businesses that they purchase from to be taking this agenda very seriously. And your competitors are already active in this space. So at least 1/3 of businesses across the UK are already taking some form of action on climate change. So those are perhaps some of the commercial drivers. Government have been really clear about what they want their role to be in this agenda as well. So they've introduced a series of carrots. So we have things like capital allowance super deductions for electric vehicles, energy efficiency investments, EV chargers, and we've got grants for EV chargers in workplaces and at home. But the other thing that government have said is that if those two things, the commercial drivers and those carrots, don't provide a sufficiently compelling case for action, they will also introduce a series of sticks in the forms of policy and legislation. And for example, commercial landlords will need their buildings to be an EPC rating of B from 2030 and beyond, up from the minimum level of an E that we see today. This slide is a very short summary of the action that we've been taking as a business over the last three years, part of our journey to net zero. 15 things on this slide. Hopefully we'll have an opportunity to talk about them in a bit more detail at a future session. But for today, I just want to focus on energy efficiency, solar PV and electric vehicles. So first up, projects that we've been doing focused on LED lighting. We're in the process of replacing all our lighting with LEDs. Our latest project is to replace the lighting in 8 of our offices and depots. That project's costing us about £360,000 and we're expecting a payback in the region of 5 years. So purely from a business and a financial perspective, that was a sufficiently compelling project to lead our chief financial officer to be happy to invest in it. But the other advantages that we expect to see from that project are the 2 points you can see on the slide there. We'll be ahead of government policy in the form of a new performance-based energy rating that we're expecting to come down the line for owner-occupiers in buildings over 1,000 square metres. It'll future-proof us against rising energy prices, And we can also make that investment safe in the knowledge that LEDs are incredibly mature, low risk, tried and tested technology. And we can also make that investment in the knowledge that businesses that we talk to report paybacks as low as 1 and 2 years quite often, particularly for those who are replacing older, more inefficient lighting and have longer operating hours in places like manufacturing businesses. PV, we are in the process of installing PV on the roof spaces on 2 of our buildings. The latest project's going to cost us about £200,000 and we're expecting a payback there for about 10 years. So, and I don't think we're very far away from seeing PV projects in the single figure payback territory. This is perhaps not quite in the form of a case study, but I wanted to give you a really brief overview of our EV strategy for transitioning both our fleet and our staff onto EVs. So low carbon transport policy, all 2,500 of our staff now have access to EVs through a range of different routes. In terms of on-site charging, we've got 104 chargers across all of our depots and offices, and that figure will increase. And we're also supporting our staff to install chargers at home through the provision of an additional grant on top of the £350 available from government. We're electrifying our fleet. We've got a plan to get at least a third of our fleet onto EVs over the next few years, and that plan's under constant review as new models become available on the market. We're tapping into the range of government incentives that are active in this space, so 2% benefit in kind company car tax rates for EVs versus the 37% for petrol, for example. The super deduction, 130%, that I talked about before for EVs and EV chargers. And the last point on here, which I think ties back into the point that Graham was making, is that colleague engagement, as well as some of those kind of slightly more technical and financial mechanisms, has been one of the really key lessons that we've learned over the last 2 or 3 years, is that whilst we might put all of those mechanisms in place, unless our colleagues are fully bought into and engaged with us on this journey, we won't see the level of uptake that we need. I'm really pleased to be able to say that in the last round of company car renewals, 74% of our colleagues chose an EV, and of those who were eligible for a renewal this year, 92% are considering an EV. So hopefully those 5 things are all starting to come together, and we're seeing some real progress in that area. Conscious that's been an incredibly quick canter through. If you would like to pick up any of that in any more detail, talk to us about what Electricity Northwest can do to support you, do please get in touch with the contact details on the slide there. But for now, thank you very much and look forward to the discussion later on.
Brilliant. Thank you, Jonny. And I think you're with us for the morning and back up a little bit later. So if anybody has got any questions for you, they can pop those in the chat, can't they?
Yeah,
Great.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. That'd be perfect, because I am going to move us on a canter because we've got, just before we have a coffee break in a minute, we've actually got our first panel session this morning. So we've got a few of these where you're going to get a few different diverse voices in the mix. And our first panel session is turning towards the question of funding sustainability. How do you make this all stack up financially? And it's going to be hosted, not by myself, but actually by Deborah Walker from MIDAS. So I'm going to hand over to you, Deborah, if that's okay.
Thank you very much, Steve, and good morning. Yeah, I'm Deborah Walker. I head up the Financial Professional and Business Services at MIDAS. And for those that don't know, MIDAS is Manchester's inward investment agency. And you may well be asking why the inward investment agency is at all interested in ESG. Well, harking back to the last presentation, apart from it being the right thing to do, the stick and carrot there. So we have our paymasters who are the combined authority and the local authorities, and we're aligning much more with their requirements around this, but also what we're seeing globally is that ESG is a massive driver of inward investment. So again, it's the right thing for us to be doing. I am not professing to be an expert in green or ethical finance. However, I'm delighted to be joined by 3 gentlemen who have much more experience than I. And so without further ado, I'm going to ask David Walsh to start by introducing himself, please.
Thanks, Deborah. I'm a patent attorney with Appleyard Leeds, and our piece, if you like, in the green tech space is we're helping clients to tap into and mine their intellectual property, and that helps them to maximise the protection for their technology, which is a key part of changing the global green space, really. This helps to present the business in the best possible light for investors. We also look at it from the investment point of view, and we carry out due diligence for investors looking to invest in technology businesses, and advise them on the strength of the IP that protects that business, and how it can be further strengthened in some cases. So that's our angle on this, if you like.
Thanks, David. AJ?
Hi, good morning. Yeah, so my name is AJ Singh. I am the Sustainable Investment Strategist at Quintet Private Bank, where we are, our unique offering is that we are trying to be the most sustainable boutique private bank out there for our clients, where if our clients invest with us, they are investing in what is sustainable by default, and it's the core offering, and you have to almost opt out for not being involved in sustainable issues.
Lovely. And David?
I'm David Creer. I am the DLT and crypto lead at GFT. GFT are a technology services provider, an integration partner. We do a lot of stuff, obviously, in financial services, right across the world, obviously in the UK, but also in a lot of other markets. We're doing quite a lot of stuff in the green tech space. So obviously a lot of it is around sustainable finance. So what we'll be speaking about mostly will be around green bonds and the work that we've done there. But we've also done things around green coding, tokenization of energy, circular communities, all of these kind of things to be able to reduce carbon emissions in general. So we're doing quite a lot of area in this space, and we think it's a really, interesting kind of like boom area for businesses in general.
Wonderful. So I'm just the question master for this session, and it is really going to be a canter. So hold on to your seats, because we're going to need to get through some of these really quickly. I'm going to start with AJ, because we've got a very broad audience here, AJ, and some people have heard the terms sustainable finance, ethical finance, green finance. But can you give us some explanations and why it's important? What are you most excited about? AJ, sorry, you're on mute.
Sure. Most simply put, sustainable finance refers to the process of taking environmental, social, and governance factors into consideration when making decisions in the financial sector. It's there to support the economic growth while reducing pressures on the environment. And this can lead to the type of financing can be more long-term investments in the sense of green bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, which I'm sure we'll talk about later on. And why it's important, I feel, is because it's a pathway for us to reach our objectives set out, for example, in the Paris Climate Agreement, which includes the commitment to align financial flows with a pathway towards low carbon and climate resilient development. More recently, we had the European Green Deal, which is a growth strategy aiming to make Europe the first climate neutral continent by 2050. So sustainable finance has a key role to play in delivering on these policy objectives under the European Green Deal, as well as the EU's international commitments on climate and sustainability objectives. Sustainable finance will help ensure that investors support a resilient economy, especially as we come out of the pandemic. What areas I'm most excited about is, I think, sustainability-linked bonds, which are been growing hugely in the area. It's where the interest on companies pay on borrowing money is tied to predefined ESG KPIs. So rewards the companies hitting targets, punishes those that are missing targets. And we've seen lots of household names use this type of financing recently. Total being one, the oil company, Chanel, the fashion house. So I think these types of sustainable finance innovation, which is growing, and I'm quite excited about that area.
And what about things like reporting standards? So we started this whole event today talking about COP, and we know that Rishi set out his new reporting standards to try and weed out greenwashing. And I'm not sure whether or not those have yet come to fruition. What about those standards that are going to hold those people to account?
Yeah, so I think in the UK, there is a lack of clarity of SDR regulation, and that could lead to delays in implementation. And we still remain, I would say, somewhat behind the EU. Whereas the EU is a lot more further, where they announced their Europe's SFDR, which is a regulation which has Article 6, 8, and 9. In layman terms, it basically means that if you're a financial institution selling financial products in Europe, you have to label your funds either brown, green, or dark green. And I think that's a very powerful legislation and momentum that's come into the market since last year. And so, if anything, I think the UK template would be good to probably replicate something that looks in the shape and form of what the EU's done. Obviously, there will be nuances, but we are somewhat behind in the UK, and there's still lots of work to be done.
Thanks very much. And you know, this whole thing fascinates me. And I know, David, that GFT have been doing a lot of work around this, David C. Where's the demand coming from? Is it coming from the consumers? Is it coming from the investors? Is it coming from the policymakers? Yeah,
so I think, so if we take the example that we had in Hong Kong, this is where we worked on Project Genesis, actually, Project Genesis, we've got some exciting news about that it should be extended during 2022, which is great, and that came out from the BIS, the Bank for International Settlement, this week. So hopefully you'll hear more about that this year. But in that project that we did in Hong Kong, I think that the main push was to be able to get this kind of asset into the hands of the retail investors. And it seems that really actually consumers and bank clients want to be able to diversify their options and invest in this kind of assets. And I think what we're going to see is probably a trend towards more smaller potentially investors who are investing small amounts in green bonds, rather than it being like institutional investors who are investing on a large scale. I think green finance and sustainable finance, and doing your bit in terms of the kind of financial product that you buy is on the tip of the minds of most people who are looking at any kind of financial investment. Also, the interesting thing is I think that a lot of people who are investing, for example, in crypto, are looking at probably investing in some of the greener areas, some of the greener types of crypto. And some of these people are also the same kind of people that are also investing in, for example, this kind of traditional financial products, but on the green side as well.
So who are these people, AJ? Who are you seeing that's really demanding this in your business?
Yeah, so I guess one group that we definitely say are keen to engage with sustainable investing is our younger clients. If you look at recent surveys where millennials were asked how interested are they in sustainable investing, over 3/4 said very much so. So it does resonate with them, because many of them are now managing their family's wealth in a world which they now need to live in for the future. And so it has a big affiliation with millennials and the younger generations.
And I just want to flip the conversation a little bit now, because I know we're going to hear much more about emerging technologies. We've already heard a little bit about some of the technology that's driving this. Lots of these technologies, they're protecting society, the environment. I want to ask David Walsh about some of those projects that you think are going to have the most impact, and how can those projects actually protect themselves, and how can people funding those projects find out more about them?
Yeah, thanks, Deborah. Well, I mean, the whole area is incredibly exciting for me. I've always been interested in, when I started off in my career, I was very interested in environmental chemistry, and it was sort of big at the time, but very specialized. We looked at sort of lead pollution and new types of petrol, and now the whole thing has changed. It's been revolutionized. It's sort of multi-directional, if you like. But in general, technology, we're looking at technologies aimed at limiting or reducing the negative environmental impact created by human activity. And it could be reducing pollution, reducing greenhouse gases, sustainable use of resources, reduced waste like plastics, recycling of materials, alternative energies or alternative energy sources, or alternative materials which are damaging. Of course, we want to restore and protect nature. That could be on the land or in the oceans, the forests, biodiversity. And I think there's just so much to inspire people in that space. But what are we seeing? We deal a lot with innovators, and to some extent, the innovators have been at it for some time in terms of creating technology and coming up with ideas that can solve these problems. But we're seeing a big explosion, I think that would be fair to say, in the last 2 or 3 years, and that may be driven to some extent by funding. I think it's driven by legislation to a great extent as well, or perhaps the promise of legislation, or the likelihood of legislation. In terms of specific areas, plastics is a big area. Obviously, energy is a massive area. Food production is going to become a growing area in the future. We're only just beginning to address that. When you take palm oil, for example, it's becoming very unpopular because of the effect it's having. But most of those foods need some sort of oil in them. So if we replace palm oil, we need another oil. So that's where innovation comes in. And what we all need to be careful of is we don't just replace palm oil plantations with another oil plantation and not actually achieve absolutely nothing in terms of what happens to nature. So these are all innovative spaces where technology can make a big difference. One of the things we looked at recently in our green report was the effect of drones on precision farming. So instead of carpet spraying fields, you have drones that spray a specific plant, for instance, and they have to be programmed to do that, and you have artificial intelligence involved with that. It could be something quite different, such as the CRISPR technology, which is gene manipulation, which makes the plants more resilient. So you're looking at creating a higher yield over a lower amount of land space. Cultured meats are becoming very interesting at the moment. That's another area where protein is produced, but not in the traditional way, using livestock. Vertical farming, which you may have seen, and some of that takes place underground or out of the sun, but then that has its own issues, such as energy usage, and then that leads to other innovations to solve those problems. My field is in the area of plastics, and we have two potential solutions there. You have bioplastics, which is a biodegradable type of plastic. A lot of those still suffer from not having the right technical capabilities compared to traditional plastics. And then you have recycling of plastics. That's a really interesting field. So they're looking at pyrolysis, where you take the plastic right back to its carbon source. So you're almost taking it back to the oil stage, and then being able to recycle it in that way, or depolymerization, where you take it back to its building block. Again, very flexible. Enzyme digestion is an exciting area, although there's not been a lot of progress made in that area so far. But again, it could be a potential massive area where you develop enzymes which do the natural breakdown process for you. Then they're developing different monomers so that you can have, for instance, ring opening polymerization, ring closing depolymerization. So one solution is to start again and create monomers that are environmentally friendly, and then you build up from there. Eastman, who are big producers of polyethylene terephthalate, PET, they're looking at a new methanolysis technique to recycle PET. It's a sort of standout one. If you do recycling at home, you have your polyethylene and your polypropylene, your plastic bottles, and then you have PET. And it's only recently the councils have started to put those forward for recycling. Traditionally, in some parts of the country, PET wasn't actually recyclable. So all those are all rich for innovation. One of the other areas we've looked at is batteries, which is we've heard about today already in terms of electric cars, solid state batteries and lithium ion batteries. Solid state batteries are starting to take over from lithium ion batteries. That's what we're seeing. A lot of innovation there around the cathode materials, the anode materials. It's all about how quickly lithium can recharge, because what people really want is to just plug it in like a petrol station and your battery's recharged in 5 minutes and you get on with the rest of your journey. We're a long way from that, but if it can be done in an hour or half an hour, then people might accept it. So there's a whole I haven't tried to set out everything there. There's a whole sets of areas where innovation can take place. And if a company is looking, just very briefly, because it's really AJ and David, you know, why would they be interested? Well, they might look at a company that's got new technology and say, we need to invest in that company, but we want to know how exciting this technology is, and do they have freedom to operate? Are there other people with patents in there that are stopping us in this space? What's the landscape like? How busy is it? Are there 100 other companies, or have they really got some bespoke technology here? So I don't want to hog the space too much. So, but hopefully that goes somewhere to answering.
David, it's a minefield. It's a minefield, and I wish I'd studied harder at my A-level chemistry, because as you were throwing some of that terminology off, I was thinking, I know some of it, but we can see it's hugely exciting. There's a massive amount of breadth and depth in terms of innovation. I suppose the very embittered old banker in me wants to say, well, you know, is there that tug between profit and purpose? You know, can these investments actually provide high returns? You know, is that, you know, is there a real potential within these in terms of you know the money that we'll give, and you know, what's the impact for things like investment portfolios, pension portfolios? AJ, can I throw that at you, please?
Sure. So, I mean, I guess if you look at some of the academic studies, they're very, very interesting. So, University of Oxford did an aggregate study on two other individual studies out there on sustainability, and they found that 90% concluded that good ESG standards lower the cost of capital for these companies, and it also showed that they have a very positive stock performance is positively correlated with good sustainability practices. So the evidence is out there in many other studies as well that show that you know, you are actually performance is going to be rewarded in a sustainability portfolio as opposed to a non-sustainable portfolio.
So there's money as well as impact, and that's what we're interested in as well, because you know, it's that stick and carrot again, isn't it, really? David C, you mentioned early on when you did your opening statement all about green bonds, and I'd love you to clarify how they work, how they're issued, how they're defined and controlled. Can you give us some insight into the green bond market, please?
Sure, yeah. So in the project that we've been working on primarily in this area, that we've done a couple of projects now, and in different jurisdictions it works a little bit differently actually, because it depends on who the issuer is. But in the project in Hong Kong, effectively the Hong Kong the Hong Kong government via the Hong Kong Monetary Authority was the issuer of the bonds. They issued the bond itself, and then you had the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, which is the local regulator there, which was being responsible for all of the approval processes to be able to get the bond into the point at which investors could actually invest into the bond itself. So we had a process of the bond being created by the Hong Kong government, and then the emission process going through the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, investors being able to invest in that, and then the banks getting involved in terms of the allocation of the in this case tokenized cash, because we're talking about a tokenized cash on chain DLT proposal here, and once that was done and this cash could be used to be able to invest in the bond, then the bond would go into the kind of, you know, the longer part of the life cycle, and all of the coupon payments would be emitted to the investors. This doesn't another important part of that process as well, and obviously you have the traditional kind of like redemption part at the end where everything gets paid out to the investors as well. Another important part of the process as well is the linking up to the what we call like the energy data feeds, or the green data feed effectively, and that's just before the emission process. So basically what we did is we connected to the green bond to the green data feed that was provided to us by a third-party green data provider. They actually have their own blockchain system, so that when the green data is taken off of the let's say like I don't know, like a windmill or something like that, that basically the data is is guaranteed to be the data which is coming from that windmill. So when it's installed to the point at which it's received, there's no way that it can be hacked or it can be changed without this system being able to pick it up. And that provides a green data field to the actual bond itself. That data can then potentially be swapped out, the green data fields, during the life cycle of the bond, if that, to be able to make sure that the let's say the relevance of the bond and the kind of the greenness of the bond is still relevant, and maybe it's just a long-term bond over like 4 or 5 years, whatever. That could generally be kind of, you know, potentially be swapped out. The data feeds could be changed to make sure that you're not, if something happens to, let's say, a collection of solar farms, then we can't associate a new data feed with it in the future. So that's something that would also happen. All of this process in the prototype that we did, and you can see more details of the white paper that we did. It was modeled via smart contracts, via DAML smart contracts, and then using underlying distributed ledgers to be able to record all the transactions between everybody. And what that meant is that we could automate as much of this as possible, and that we had the secure secure kind of like transactions to be able to not have necessarily people being able to everybody in every single step going along and saying, yes, I approve this because I've gone into a lot of detail to be able to review what we're talking about. So we actually found that by using this system, we could save, I can't remember the exact details, but there were maybe, not sure if it's like 20% in terms of the amount of human interaction in the process, and that's quite considerable cost when you're thinking about, you know, individuals from regulators or exchanges or investment banks that needs to be checking out the bond as it's going through the life cycle. So that's more or less that life cycle, the life cycle in Hong Kong. We also did a project in Germany with the Blockbuster 4 project with the German Central Bank and Deutsche Börse. That was also issuing a green bond, and in that case it was slightly different actually, because it was issued via the via Deutsche Börse itself. So it's depending on where you are, the issuance process is slightly different in reality. But the process is more or less the same, but who does what is different in each market effectively.
And it's great to see, you know, that those sort of requirements for net zero and the new technologies such as blockchain and things like that coming together to create those solutions. I'm very, very conscious of time. I did say to people, hold on to your seats as a whistle stop tour. I just want to bring it right back to Greater Manchester, because I think, you know, we've got massive credentials in this space anyway. Not only, you know, the mayor's sort of very ambitious net zero targets, but, you know, in terms of ethical finance, being the home of a cooperative movement and you know, everything that started there way back in the 1850s. What I want to know is from all three of you, what can Manchester do as a city to continue its heritage as a sustainable finance centre? Should we start with AJ? Sorry.
Sure. Yeah, I think the city's made great progress on its green ambitions, but private companies can do more by developing a net zero carbon plan so that every business is a green business, helping create more green jobs, equally more incentives for companies to go greener, green buildings, higher use of renewable energy. So it would be good to see Manchester beat the national net targets of becoming carbon neutral. So lots can be done to make further improvements, I'm sure.
Lovely. David W.
Thanks, Deborah. Well, we obviously come at it from an innovation point of view, and I think Manchester's got such a fantastic heritage in scientific innovation. You know, way back to the flying shuttle and the cotton textiles, the Dalton's atomic theory came from Manchester. Graphene, single atom thick sheet was invented at Manchester University. First submarine was made in Moss Side. You know, first programmable computer in 1948 came from Manchester. So, yeah, Manchester's, you know, it's full of innovative people, and I have no doubt that they're going to innovate the way to solve so many of these problems that we have and create a greener future.
Wonderful. And David C.
Well, I think, you know, so from my side, I think two things to look at. How you're using your data. So how you use your data to be able to analyze your business, and that's super important. I mean, that's how you're going to be able to certify your business in the future, and that's something that we're, you know, getting involved in. And then the other thing is green coding as well. So if you have people who are building out your website, backend, whatever it is. Think about the way that you're actually building that website. Think about the energy that it uses. Everything that you can do to be able to make your developments more efficient is going to be important for us in the future. So I think that's something that you can do at a base level. And then obviously anything in terms of investment, try and use sustainable finance and you know, really kind of push on that side as well.
That's wonderful. And I can see, because Steve has come back on the screen, that I've come to the end of my session time and he's keeping us all on target.
Thanks, Deborah. Sorry, was that really obvious? It was, wasn't it? Look, I'm
No,
back.
it's fine.
I don't know if I could go like this. That was brilliant. Thanks so much, Deborah. What a great panel. My head hurt because I didn't do A-level chemistry, so I was even further away. But David, your list of Manchester firsts, lovely. That made me feel a little bit warm and fuzzy at that point, actually. So brilliant stuff. Deborah, we are out of time, but I just wanted to flag up that for you at MIDAS, obviously, all of this is a huge competitive advantage opportunity, isn't it, for how we pitch Manchester across the world. So it's really great for us to be leading in this space.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we are going to be going out later on this year to get more evidence around this as well, because we just need to show up our proposition and we need to be telling people what it is that we're good at. So David Walsh, I'm going to be coming to you for those lists of firms.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, I'm going to have to wrap us up there. Thanks so much again, Deborah, and for the panel. Thanks ever so much. We've now got a 15-minute coffee break, so everybody can take a moment, leave the screen, walk around, use the other limbs, have a coffee. We're coming back at 10:35, so you've got 15 minutes, and then we're back at 10:35 for another focus on innovation. Thanks very much. Right, hopefully everybody's back with a cup of tea or coffee and ready for our next bit of our session. So I'm going to kick us straight off with a presentation I'm really looking forward to, actually, from Chris Mason from Appleyard Leeds. Chris, I'm really looking forward. I had a little look at your report and it looks really exciting. It covers everything from circular plastics to vertical farming. There's all sorts in there. So I'm really looking forward to what you're going to share with us today. Over to you, Chris.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Steve. Let me just share my screen and we'll get cracking. There we go. How's that looking?
Yeah, looking great there, Chris.
Oh, lovely. Great. Well, thank you everyone for attending this talk. I mean, I'm sure we've talked about this already, but it's a real shame that we can't all be in the same room. But I think a bit selfishly from my perspective, the virtual setup does have some advantages, not least that you'll all be able to see my graphs a bit more clearly. So what I want to talk to you about as concisely as I can, but it will be quite whistle stop, so please do forgive me. It's all about our inaugural Inside Green Innovation report that we published in November last year. And in a nutshell, this report is a data-driven analysis of the state of progress in green innovation. Now, it's a global report, and this is because we feel it's important to understand the global trends and drivers so that we can help direct our local resources a bit more effectively. Before I get into it, picture of me pre-bird, a bit of background for me and my firm. I'm a UK and European patent attorney, and I'm a senior associate at Appleyard Leeds. My speciality is in the chemical and life science sectors. I work in the same team as David, who you just heard from in the panel discussion before coffee. And essentially, when it comes down to it, we're ex-scientists. We're ex-scientists who had scientific training, but we're now lawyers, and we're lawyers that work daily with technology innovators. So then why have we decided to write a report on the progress of green innovation? Well, we wanted to explore how we as patent attorneys, how could we contribute to this race to green conversation that's only picking up speed. And we decided that we could try and maybe get behind the rhetoric, talk a little bit about the actual green technologies that are being developed around the world, maybe focus a bit more on the solutions rather than just problems or targets. And after all, that is what we work with every day, solutions to technical problems. Now, we are very aware, very conscious that we're not scientists or managers, working in these technology fields. We're their legal counsel. So there are limits to our contribution. We can talk about the who, the what, the where, and the how, but less so the why. With that in mind, we felt that we had somewhat of a unique vantage point when it comes to technology and development of technology. We, as scientists, we believe passionately that humanity has the ability to innovate our way out of problems. And this is partly because we see examples of that every day across a wide range of fields. And then we can combine these qualities with our ability to understand patents and to navigate these massive patent databases, which are a real wealth of knowledge. So with all this in mind, after lots of discussion, we decided that our contribution would be to spend some time applying this reservoir, exploring this reservoir, applying our skills and trying to uncover some insights, really, trying to maybe pull back the curtain, now maybe only a little, I don't want to be over-promise, but see if we can shine a bit of light on the progress of innovation, some of the solutions that are emerging. Now, one of the problems we hit on immediately is that green innovation can be defined most broadly as any technology that can limit negative environmental impact. And of course, that means there are plenty of things to look into. So we decided to give us a starting point in our what was our first report last year. We decided to focus on the things that we judged to be most pressing, most widely relatable issues facing us today. And this, in the end, after again lots of discussion, boiled down to plastics, agriculture, or I suppose we could say food production, and energy storage in the renewable age. And within these sectors, we broke it down further into, for agriculture, it's improvements to conventional agriculture, so land-based farming, how can we improve that? And then also we looked at food production technology of the future, technology that may break the link between land and the generation of nutrients. For plastics, we looked at bioplastics and plastics recycling. And then for energy, well, in the end, for energy, we went with energy storage rather than production, because we felt that good progress had already been made. Still work to go, obviously, but the good progress has been made in energy generation using renewable means. But on the other hand, as we've seen with the lack of wind this year and its effect on energy prices, intermittency of production with renewable energy is an issue. So we thought, let's move along the chain a little bit and have a look at progress in storage solutions. So within energy storage, we split it into short-term energy storage and long-term energy storage. And what did we find? Well, within these categories, we identified some hot technology areas, areas that are showing real signs of rapid growth. To give a few examples, drone use in agriculture, gene editing of crops, lab-produced meat, also known as cultured meat or cultivated meat, solid-state batteries, long-term energy storage solutions. And then, as well as those rapidly growing areas, we also looked at some areas that we just couldn't ignore, just due to the sheer weight of public pressure. And these were, greener plastics and some more promising aspects around plastic recycling technology. And the fruit of our labour was this report, and this is the screen grab from the contents page. You can access the report online if you just search for Inside Green Innovation. And all in all, we do feel like the report went a long way to achieving what we wanted to do. We can do more, we can certainly improve it, but the feedback has been pretty good. And there is plenty more we want to do in next year's report. Before we get into the specific technology areas, there is one factor that I need to touch on. It's a factor that influenced all of the areas that we looked at, and that is the effect of the unprecedented, really high patent filing numbers that we've seen coming out of China in the last 10 years, and in particular, really in the last 5 years. I've used this graph as an example. It gives the number of new patent filings per year in the field of lithium-ion batteries. In many fields, the number of patent applications coming out of China recently, to be honest, they make the numbers from the rest of the world combine almost a footnote in the overall total. So we felt once we started to really see this come through, we felt, demanded a bit of investigation. And when we looked into it, a few odd things did come up, and I could talk about those things for quite a while and the potential implications and drivers and whatnot. But essentially, we took the position that there was reasonable evidence to suggest that China innovators may not be quite as, or indeed anywhere near as far ahead as the rest of the world as the raw numbers would suggest. So for that reason, we often chose to separate the Chinese data from the rest of the world, as we believe that there is a reasonable chance that the rest of the world data minus China may give a more accurate picture of the state of innovation. Right, so enough build up, use up plenty of time. Again, it's going to be a bit of a whistle-stop tour. If anyone has any questions, please do follow up afterwards. If we run out of time during this talk, just reach out to me or David. We'll be happy to have a chat. So I'm going to start very quickly with short-term energy storage. Now, we all know about the growth in electric vehicles. It's clearly going to be a vital development in reducing pollution from motor transport. But one of the main questions that comes up are a critical component, and that is batteries. These batteries, they need to have high capacity and long life, but importantly as well, they also need to be environmentally friendly to produce and in reality cost effective. Now we've got the obvious industry leader, lithium-ion batteries, which I'm sure everyone has heard of, but we also found that a new technology is emerging, solid-state batteries that appear to offer an alternative. And they promise as well solid states, larger capacities, larger lifespans. And when we looked at the data, we found that global levels of patent filings in lithium-ion batteries outside of China, well, it peaked in 2011 really, and the numbers have been waning since. But when we look at solid state, those numbers have shown rapid growth year on year. So much so that it seems likely in coming years, we're going to see solid state filings surpass lithium-ion filings. Who are making these filings? Well, understandably, it's the automotive industry are very, very active. And we're also seeing some major established industry players in the supply side of things. They're producing some key materials for the solid state batteries. The focus of innovation was on replacing, well, the main focus was on increasing energy capacity, as you'd expect, but also a secondary and reassuring focus was on producing materials that are easier to recycle, easier to dispose of safely, and may have second life applications, which is obviously nice to see. And here's one of the charts from the report, and we can see quite clearly here for solid state battery patent filings, we've got increasing numbers over years. Split by country, we can see the increasing numbers are driven by Japan and China, but we're also seeing growth from US and South Korea. But what about long-term energy storage? This is probably not a particularly, hot or sexy field in the minds of many people, and indeed the technologies that we're looking at, the compressed air energy storage and the pumped hydropower storage, they're somewhat long in the tooth technologies. And it's interesting, though, to find that these technologies, they do seem to be reaching a new lease of life, and hopefully they can help address the Achilles heel of renewable energy generation, which is intermittency or regularity of production. And I think it's clear that we need longer term storage solutions to address that irregularity of production. And the data suggests that these two technologies in particular are being pursued with renewed vigor in terms of innovation. And it's all about improving, it turns out, probably not surprisingly, improving the efficiency in the processes. And here's again a quick graph just to visualize those growing filing numbers, in particular, in this case, compressed air energy storage. And it's interesting for me at least, I'm sure it is for other people as well. We can see here it's split by applicant. And it's interesting to see how over time old innovators fall away and a new one comes into play. And in particular, you can obviously see COVID Steel and Green there. They've been the real drivers of recent innovation and are coming to dominate the field. Although we can see increasing efforts from other people too. Okay, let's move away from energy and switch focus to plastics. And first of all, bioplastics. Now, obviously, I think we're all aware the concerns associated with plastic use are well publicized, and I think there's the obvious question is, well, is there a race then to develop the next generation of more environmentally friendly plastics? And then what exactly do we mean by bioplastics anyway? Well, there's no agreed definition of bioplastics, and for the purposes of our report, we chose to say that bioplastics means a plastic that is biodegradable. And of course, part of the challenge for plastic producers, as well as the industry being very capital intensive, is that producing environmentally friendly plastic is not enough. Plastics are so popular because of their great performance properties. So in order to present a viable alternative to traditional plastics, bioplastics, as well as being biodegradable, they've also got to match the functional performance of traditional plastics. They've got to be inexpensive to produce en masse, and these are two really big challenges for bioplastic innovators. So then, did we find that there's a race on? Is there a race to develop bioplastics? Well, the answer is kind of, but probably not to the extent that we would hope. Since 2014, after a period of global upturn from the 1990s, there was a bit of stagnation. But then since 2014, we have seen another upturn in the year-on-year filings, led by countries including South Korea, Europe, Japan. Activity, where does it focus? Well, predominantly still on areas such as polylactic acid. That seems to be a very popular option as bioplastic, and a lot of the problems that people are trying to address is improve the mechanical properties of the bioplastics to allow for suitably mass production. And I'm sure there'll be plenty of major breakthroughs to come, but I think for the foreseeable future, we're going to see an awful lot of more iterative improvements in a wide range of application areas. And again, here's another chart from my reports, just showing filings over time for bioplastics, split by country. And I think it's really interesting, I think, here to see how we can see innovators in Japan really led the initial surge from the 1990s before fading away somewhat. And I think current activity levels are still a bit lower than we would like, certainly lower than the peak at the turn of the millennium. but there are signs of it picking up. We can see innovation increasing in recent years in Europe and South Korea in particular. Now, I should add in the fullness of disclosure that if we were to include, this doesn't include the Chinese filings, and if we were to include the Chinese filings, you would see continuous growth from the 1990s, which would present a very different picture as to, you know, the investment that's going on in innovation in bioplastics. But as I've said, there are reasons why we've chosen to look at the data outside of China, potentially paints a more accurate picture. But I mean, that is a judgment call at the end of the day. So then lots of progress, some progress we made in bioplastics, maybe we'd like to see more. The reality is that bioplastic performance doesn't yet consistently match the performance of traditional petrochemical derived plastics. And until it can do so, we're going to still need those petrochemical plastics. That's probably just the reality. So what can be done to reduce the impact of the current plastics that we have? Well, only a small proportion are recycled at the moment, only about 16% is reported. And chemical plastic recycling technologies in particular, such as depolymerization, you know, they offer a lot of potential to help increase that proportion of the current plastics that are recycled. So how the progress going in developing widely applicable and commercially viable recycling technologies? Well, let's have a look at the patent trends, and the patent trends, interestingly, follow a similar approach to bioplastics. We had an initial explosion in the 1990s, followed by a slow decline, and then with an apparent upsurge in recent years. And this upsurge has been led by really well-established and well-invested industry giants. You know, you've got Eastman, Bridgestone, Chevron, Solvay, in different areas of polymers. So you've got polyester, rubber, polyethylene, PVDC, recycling. So we are seeing investment and we are seeing growth, but again, a similar trend to bioplastic. We're also seeing new technologies come out. Quite exciting technologies, really. Ring opening polymerization, ring closing polymerization. These could be really clever solutions to recycling of plastics. This chart here, this is specifically the Eastman filings. Now, I think this is interesting because we've sort of got pretty much no activity pre-2019 and then suddenly very high filing activity. And this could very well coincide with announcements that Eastman made about significant investments in the area. Just this week, they announced they're investing up to $1 billion in a polyester recycling facility in France. So I think it's, in some ways it could be heartening to see that where there is investments, innovation quickly follows. So again, it's supporting the premise that we can innovate our way out of these areas. We just have to have the needed necessary focus. Right, and then very, very quickly, because I'm conscious I'm on the edge of time, let's just talk about agriculture. Now, across agriculture as a whole, we're seeing plateau in terms of innovation, but within that plateau, if you look at field by field, you can see more, you can see some areas of significant growth. And we split that into two areas: conventional agriculture, how can we improve current land-based farming, and what are the ones of the future? Conventional agriculture, we looked at agricultural drones and CRISPR, a form of gene editing, and both these areas are showing extremely rapid growth in innovation, and both I think are really exciting areas to consider. Now, this graph I thought was interesting again, because this is more of a matrix showing patent filings over the years split by applicants. And what I like about this graph, if you forgive me getting a bit more patenty, is that it shows temporal white space. So, you know, pre-2014, we had almost no filings in this area. And then suddenly some threshold is met, or there's a trigger point, and everyone starts diving in. And the reality is that these early filings are putting themselves in a really strong position. I think that's a nice way of visualizing kind of that rush into the field that happens quite often, actually, and you see very similar patterns. Anyway, back to technology, moving away from conventional agriculture, what are the food production methods of the future going to be? And two things stand out here: cultured meat, or cultivated meat, and vertical farming. I think questions remain on both technologies. You know, they've both got their significant technical hurdles to overcome, and they're both very much in the embryonic stages. But my view is that the people who are overly negative on these industries, saying that they're never going to achieve mass market, I think they're just very, very early in their innovation development process. I think for such radical technologies such as these, it's always easy to say, well, it'll never happen. But it's also very hard to visualize the extensive number of small iterative developments that are going to emerge in the coming years that cumulatively will allow us to make leaps that are seemingly unachievable at the moment. So I'm very excited to see those fields develop. And again, just to finish, a couple of graphs there to show these rapidly escalating patent filings in these two areas in cultured meat, starting from very low levels, but again, look at that upward trend. And then for vertical farming, slightly higher filing numbers, but again, a really rapid increasing trend. So it's going to be really exciting to see those two areas continue to evolve. And yeah, I guess to finish, again, my view is that we can innovate our way out of these problems. I mean, it is a complex question. I don't want to understate the issues, that will require international cooperation, new regulations, new legislation. But I think, if we can do the right things to point our wealth of global innovators in the right direction, focusing on these problems as their priority, then I have confidence that we'll be able to get there. And I hope that at the very least, this report provides some evidence that we are there are attempts going on, and we are solving some of the problems, if not all of them at the moment, but progress has been made. Lovely. That's all from me. Thank you very much for listening. I hope that was interesting. Please do check out our report if you'd like to see more. It can be found online. And last of all, we are going to be doing another report this year in the autumn, and we are looking for input as well. We'd love to get other people's perspectives, not just patent attorneys and the data. So if you'd like to, reach out, and if you have some thoughts, then please do get in touch. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you, Chris. That was really so fascinating. It really was. And Chinese patent filings. This is my big takeaway this morning. I had no idea. Do you feel like
it's unprecedented? It's really fascinating. Really fascinating. I mean, you just got to go beyond the raw numbers to get a bit more of the context. But yeah, very, very. Exciting. Is it worrying? I don't know, but it's certainly something that people should be aware of and looking at, I think.
Yeah, amazing, Chris. Thanks so much. We have got to move straight on to the next panel, but I've got loads of questions for you, but we're going to have to move straight on because otherwise we'll run over. But if you don't mind, if you're here for another couple of minutes, we'll fire questions at you in the chat, if that's all right.
Of course, please do. Please do.
Amazing. Thanks, Chris. That's brilliant. Right, we're going to move on, everybody. To another one of our panel sessions. This is really exciting. This is we're moving. Well, some of it was picked up actually in Chris's talk there into circular economies and sustainable business models and what all that could look like, both globally and here in Greater Manchester. And again, we've got a panel host who's going to pick up from me, which is David Brayne from Innovate Edge. Hello, David. Are you ready to go with your panel?
I am, now that I've turned my microphone off. Right. Okay.
Oh, over to you.
Thanks very much. Well, welcome everybody to this panel discussion for circular economies. And the subtext of that is, well, how business can ensure a sustainable future. Effectively, how can we continue to disrupt the traditional take, make, use and dispose linear model of manufacturing and productivity that we know so well. Just by means of initial introduction, obviously my name is David Brayne and I'm a senior innovation and growth specialist with Innovate UK's Edge Services, which is a funded programme funded by the government to help small businesses, particularly ambitious businesses, to grow, to innovate and to internationalise, using innovation to improve or create new products or develop their services, or even to move into new markets, both within the UK and overseas. You can either do this through traditional collaboration or adoption of technologies, or changing your business models. But equally, we're also looking at commercialisation and research and development opportunities. So that's what we're here to help try and do. But moving on, I'm joined here today by four excellent representatives of circular. I think we've got some disturbance on the line somewhere. I'm joined by four representatives of the circular economy in action in industry and in research and development. And they come from a very broad scope of application. looking at materials. We're looking at the way that products are sold and reused and recovered throughout our society. And we also look at the way that those can contribute to more broad economic challenges within our society today. So perhaps the way forward is to ask each of our panel members to introduce themselves briefly, their role and the main activity of the organisations that they're involved in, and then we'll move on to some specific questions. So, John, as one of the sponsors of today's, please, would you like to go first?
Thanks, David. My name's John Wrigley. I'm Operations Director at Suez. Part of my responsibility is the contract with the Greater Manchester Combined Authorities. So we're responsible for all the waste management within the 9 districts, roughly about 1 million tonnes of waste per annum. We employ over 650 staff in various activities. Circular economy is something that's been close to Suez's heart for many years and formed part of the key strategy, and no more so evident in the solutions we put forward as part of our Greater Manchester bid, which involved opening several reuse shops and constructing a reuse hub. And what we've done, we've really amplified the sort of model and approach that we deployed. Smaller in a smaller way elsewhere, but at Manchester really went for it in a big way. The building we've got for the reuse hub, roughly the size of a football pitch, separated into 3 or 4 areas, focused on collecting, donated items from the 20 household waste centres scattered across Greater Manchester. We bring them in, and we do a multitude of things. We've created 5 or 6 creative pods which focus on reusing and repairing white goods, washing machines. We've got an upholstery section, a spray booth, bike repairs, and a furniture restoration area. We've partnered with several and collaborated with several sort of creative minds out in Greater Manchester, which have all sort of happily shared their knowledge and help us gather momentum in this area, which on this scale has not been done anywhere in the country. And the key bit of it is we're partnering with sort of organisations to help bring in candidates from probation, sort of disadvantaged backgrounds, really helping people get on their feet and giving them real training opportunities in this area. And then the revenues that we make from the sales, go to sort of donations for the Mayor's Homeless Fund and the a number of green projects across Greater Manchester. So we're donating over £300,000 a year, and helping a lot of sort of low-income families access products which would normally may have been recycled, may have been landfilled, or may have been sent to treatment previously. So really elevating it up the waste hierarchy and making good use of some really interesting and good quality items which are being donated. So that's it in a snapshot, and I'll hand over to one of the other participants.
That's great to see the very difficult end of actual product reuse being adopted by yourselves and implemented so that the public have access to those resources. I'm going to move on to Professor Hujun, really now to sort of look at the more sort of R&D side of things.
Thank you, David. Yeah, Hujun, Professor of Artificial Intelligence at University of Manchester. As you know, Manchester University is a leading brand in higher education and innovation, and also the largest employee in Manchester. So we have 3 pillars, 3 faculties: humanity, business, and science and engineering. And also we back to history, we are we produce quite Nobel Prize winners, for example, nuclear physics and first ever computers, and also the modern days graphenes, wonder materials. And also I'm in the Faculty of Science and Engineering. We have very strong endeavor in terms of research, innovation, and business engagement. We have 5 thematic areas from bio and healthcare to materials and to transport and to net zero and AI and big data, which I'm kind of lead on that. Myself, been working with industries for the last 20-some years, and in the last 5 years, my team has contributed to kind of development or knowledge transfer with the recycling companies. One is the champion of the Northwest, Canny Waste. They managed to achieve a 99% diversion to the landfill. It's a huge achievement. The other one is with the local SMEs to develop AI-driven techniques to spot zombie batteries discarded in the waste streams that cause fire hazards and to operators and to plants, huge damage to the plants. That was started with a Veridos battery challenge back in 2017. We started that journey, and there's a long way to go. But we gathered lots of experience. We are now leading in this area, spotting hazardous materials and also very undefined objects in the waste streams.
Thank you very much, Professor. Manchester's a rich playground for science and innovation and collaboration with businesses. And Dr. Vivek Koncherry here has another fine example of exactly that kind of scientific exploitation. Would you like to take it away?
Okay. Thanks, David. My name is Dr. Vivek Koncherry. I'm a material scientist from the University of Manchester. I'm based in the basement of a building with a lot of cool robots. So my job is to invent stuff. Like a few years ago, I read an article, the waste tire crisis UK is facing. About 100,000 tires comes off every day. Most are being shipped abroad. So I decided to do something about it. So what I did was I developed a recycling process using graphene. So first product I made was a car floor mat made using graphene and waste car tires. So it's like reusing the waste from a car. I just want to quickly explain what graphene is. Graphene is a two-dimensional material. It's first isolated in Manchester by two professors at Manchester Uni, and they won Nobel Prize. This material is 200 times stronger than steel, and is one of the best electrical and heat conductor. I mean, today I want to talk more about the sustainability side of graphene. If you want to create a truly sustainable product, it needs to last longer. Because any time in end-of-life product enter a supply chain, there will be pollution. So graphene, the product I made is 5 times better than anything in the market. This is just one example. Another example I want to give you was another company from Manchester University, Nationwide Engineering. They use a tiny amount of graphene into concrete, which is in cement is 8% global CO2 emitter. They increase the strength of the concrete by 30%. Which means you can reduce the construction pollution created by the construction industry. So there are a lot of applications coming in the coming years using graphene. But today, I created a company as well for my floor mat, and I'd like to talk about the floor mat product I create, and it's already in the market and start selling. Still a startup. So I just want to talk about that today.
Okay. Obviously, the creation of new products is essential, particularly improved products that have longevity or better recyclable properties. And alongside of that goes the development of business models to be able to support and promote those into the market. And Will from TalkTalk can give us a prime example of that kind of technology use within the business model about retaining customers and providing an ongoing service that's seamless.
Thank you, David. Hello, everyone. So my name is Will Ennett, and I'm head of sustainability at TalkTalk. TalkTalk are a Salford-based business, and we supply both businesses as well as residential customers with broadband, telephony, TV, and other telecom services. The specific area of the circular economy story that we'll talk about this morning is around our what we call consumer premises equipment, so the devices that are in customers' homes. A bit like Dr. Vivek, I have my own little demo, which is our routers, and this one in particular has been a great success for us in terms of how we thought about the process, how we've engaged with our customers, and we've designed the product. and the end result has been that we've doubled the rate of refurbishment over the last 2 years. So that means we've been much more successful at getting these devices back, repairing them and giving them a brand new lease of life with a new set of customers.
That's fantastic. Thanks for that brief introduction. Obviously, the purpose of a circular economy is to reduce the amount of raw materials that we use, maximize the economic and material value within those resources in whatever state or form they are in, but also to make sure that we've got a sustainable business model, because at the end of the day, it's the business model that sustains the cash injection to be able to continually conduct research and development of those products. But what we can't forget, I don't think, is that this kind of innovation requires not just the application of green tech or the development of green tech, but it's a people thing, it's a process thing, and it's ultimately a product thing. So we have to think quite broadly about how those three concepts come together. John, obviously, working in sort of the product recovery end of the business, both materials, segregation, recycling, and so on, but your focus there on making sure that usable products can be put back into society, that adds economic value to perhaps the less advantaged of us within that society, is playing a very pivotal role. Can you tell me how you've had to look at the processes and the people elements of that work in order to make that happen? You're on mute, I'm afraid.
If I take the process element first, about 5 or 6 years ago, Suez really sort of changed its, as we moved away from landfill 10 years ago and started opening more production facilities, material recycling facilities, solid recovered fuel facilities, expanded our energy from waste portfolio. We really embarked on a journey about sort of lean manufacturing and 5S, Six Sigma, and using all those good tools to improve our business model and our approach to how we operated those facilities. And what we did was we really took those foundation and learnings and applied it into the reuse hub. So we've got a very systematic and structured way of how we collect the items from the household waste centres, how they're brought into the facility, how they're graded and stored, and ultimately how we filter either them back out to the shops after we've done some basic tasks with them, and how we deliver them. We've got data coming back from the shops about what is selling, so we're not flooding the shop with items that they might not be able to attract customers to buy. So it's very structured in how we push it there, and then how we identify. We've and slightly moving over to the people side, again rethinking the type of people we want involved in this operation, what I call non-traditional waste people. So we've recruited an interior designer from Salford University, someone who graduated, so somebody who can spot items, design chairs or items they think they could upcycle in an interesting way or repurpose. So we've got that person who's scouring the items coming through. We've partnered with one or two of people you may have seen on Money for Nothing programs, where they scavenge the skips and then take them away to their sort of little workshops and do something interesting. We've got them involved. Because really we're sort of approaching in a wholly different way. And the final bit was out of sort of a bit of darkness when we seen the sort of Debenhams and Burtons close. We were able to recruit people from the sort of retail side of things, visual merchandisers. So when we put them into the shops, rather than it being slightly, and without being critical of some charity shops, it can be a little bit like a junk shop. You have to root through everything. Where actually, if you display the items in a very clear and structured way, people are more likely to visualize them how they would sit in their own properties and buy them. And that's worked very successfully. So a mixture of lean, 5S and Six Sigma approach, and using data to drive our decisions, and bringing people in with sort of the right creative mindset to really sort of elevate and showcase the products that we're pulling out of that people are kindly donating, and the quality is fantastic as well.
That's really fantastic news. I know from my own experience, I've worked in the waste industry for a short while, and it has been a very challenging position for you, and I commend Suez to what they've managed to achieve in Manchester. Obviously, within those people processes and the improvements that you've made with your facilities, there is also a place for some pretty sophisticated technology. And I think Professor Hujun, you've got some fantastic examples of the use of artificial intelligence to help us to segregate those wastes to great effect, and some of the risks that have been avoided as a result. Could you tell us a little bit more about that, please?
Thank you, David. And you touched on data as well. I think John also touched on the data. Indeed, we are living in a fast-moving era with a lot of data or sensory data accumulated. And also, in my opinion, if we want to sustain our living styles, we have to recycle more. And recycling to a point, we can't do traditional linear kind of techniques. Just the amount of people, the amount of waste people throw away is grown by at least 5% per year. So we accumulate a huge amount of waste. If we not innovate the way we recycle, we will left far behind. So yeah, we've been developing. We see this as a good opportunity to make for AI to make an impact. AI has created a lot of headlines and a lot of controversial stories. But in my opinion, AI can do much better than negative side. Any new technology will come along with both positive and negative impact into the society. But in my opinion, AI can make much more positive impact to the society. So we've been developing using AI to recognize waste, for example, for the waste reporting. And nowadays, I think we in the past always rely on human kind of operators to classify the waste. That's not kind of sustainable, not possible in the future. So we developed AI kind of waste reporting tool. The other one is reporting kind of others techniques. David, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to share kind of a video. In it.
If it's very brief, we can have a go,
yeah,
by all means.
This is just to show you the challenges if you go in traditional kind of waste recycling as spot benches. So I have prepared a slides a long time ago for the AI Foundry. That's the 4 universities in the Northwest, Manchester University, Salford, and MMU and Lancaster as AI foundries to promoting the AI kind of applications in industry. So if I can just briefly share that video. Can everyone see my video? So slides.
So the slides, yes.
I mentioned the battery kind of detection powered by AI systems. So this is the challenge we have seen on the median. Is being increasingly found discarded in the waste streams. A lot of appliances are kind of driven now. This is huge problems. Every recycling site is 1.5 per day kind of frequency. So we use the kind of deep learning techniques you may have heard of. This is the core of the modern AI technologies with the industrial camera systems. For example, this is the live video. This is on the live belt. It's difficult for humans to sustain long hours to pick up batteries, but AI system can do much better in terms of picking them up, spot them, so that the operators, or in the future, we're going to develop a robotic picking system to take them out.
Excellent.
Taking too long.
Thank you for that excellent demonstration of what AI can do, obviously to improve your recycling rates, but also to reduce the risk to employees working in that area. Perhaps moving on to Vivek now briefly, just I'm interested to know a little bit more about the process of taking a waste tire and producing a product that has value from that. So perhaps briefly you could explain the process of taking a resource and turning it into a product.
Yeah, I mean, in my case, I was quite fortunate that I was based at the University of Manchester, and we have access to a lot of state-of-art facilities. Like an example is Graphene Engineering Innovation Center. So we could rapid prototype really fast. But one thing in my experience I want to share is in research, when it comes to research, there are lots of fundings available. So it was quite easy. Innovate UK do a fantastic job in research as well as the EPSRC. So I could manage to develop the product, but to create a company, we need lots more funding. And I was a startup and I couldn't find funding. So I had to manufacture it in India. So you can send waste tire to India and make it in India and then bring it back. Long term, that's not a truly sustainable thing because transportation creates CO2 emissions and stuff. So in my case, I chop the waste tires into small powders and mix it with natural rubber and graphene. So that made the product graphene made the product like 5 times better than anything in the market. So the challenge was commercializing funding, and that was a problem. And even I had a PhD, I had fellowships, everything. Even for me, it was challenge to get that commercializing funding, which means the product is fully finished. How to take it to market was it was really hard. I can't even imagine what people had to go through without a PhD and a fellowship and a backing of such a big institution to raise funding. I mean, I don't think UK is strong in research. I think the challenge we are facing at the minute is that from the research to that commercialization to the market, there are problems there, I would say. This is my personal opinion, but yes.
Yeah, and I think, from my perspective as an EDGE advisor, that's the role of this funded support, is to take those innovative ideas, provide you with the support and the connectivity to the ecosystem, whether that be academia or manufacturers, or perhaps some of the green finance that's been already mentioned today, to help you to go forward. And I think, everybody needs help. You can't do this alone, and collaboration is the key. But also is coming up with novel business models to help you to exploit those products. And I think, Will, you've got a prime example, really, that effectively what you're doing is very much under the radar. You're providing a reuse capability within a very consistent service, and the customer doesn't necessarily need to be aware that they're doing their part. So there is more that you could tell us about the development of the product and the service that you provided.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, traditionally sustainability always used to be about compromise. When you recycle anything, the performance used to go down. I mean, so there is always a compromise, and that is where the graphene can play a role. A tiny amount of graphene can make things very strong. Example, a nylon, clothing nylon. When you recycle, of course, a recycled polymer, the performance is always lower than the virgin polymer. So it can make a tiny amount of graphene can make it like 35% more stronger. So sustainability is no more becoming compromise. And you're right. I don't think in future, like these days, consumers buy sustainable product because they like sustainable, they like environment, things like that. But going forward, if you offer a superior product, they don't even need to know it's sustainable. And the price also need to get kept lower. In my case, it's not a premium product anymore. The cost of recycled product, especially with new advanced materials, is almost same as the any other products in the market. So it's affordable as well. And so, yeah, so the new materials, new research, as you said very earlier, collaboration is the key. Like, this is a good platform where we are sharing everything this summit. And of course, government have their part to play. The manufacturers have their part to play, because if manufacturers choose materials, end-of-life recycling is difficult to begin with, then the recycling companies have lots more problems to deal with. But if in the full circle, if you create manufacturers, consumers, governments, recycling companies all in one circle, we can solve this problem collaboratively.
It's interesting that you pick up on that aspect of performance, because traditionally people have seen recycled products or recycled content to be of a lower standard, and yet you've there proven that by upgrading it, by adding things like graphene, you can improve its performance. And likewise, Will, with the hubs that you're designing now, they've been designed specifically with future upgrade in mind. Can you tell us a little bit more about that design process and how that fits in with the business model that you've developed?
Yeah, sure, David. So the as mentioned previously with the hub, this is probably one of our more recent routers, and this is a traditional one, maybe some of the older models. Yeah, when we worked with the manufacturer, the key was, I think a few points. One was relatively simple product. So I think there's about 13 constituent parts, which contrasts very strongly to maybe some electronic equipment, which has got many multiples of that. And then also, you know, what we found usually with the refurbishment is that it was a case of changing the plastic exterior, and a lot of the, you know, internal processes were still fit for purpose for another use. So how do we make that both robust enough, but equally at our processing site, very quick and easy to disassemble? So that's what we work with the manufacturer on. And I would say one of my observations on the circular economy is obviously we're really focused on the technology, the processes, the product, and how we do that. Probably the biggest challenge we've seen, which stands to reason, is on the customer side, which is how do you get something back from the customer, particularly if the customer was leaving TalkTalk, so no longer becoming a TalkTalk subscriber and going to another provider. It's going to be quite low on their list to remember to return the device. So, you know, what are the incentives that you give? And we've embedded environmental messages into it as well, which is, you know, I guess how positively, what a positive thing people are doing if they're giving it back. And it's not just that we, as a company, are sort of trying to claim backwards something. But as well as that, I think just the convenience for the customer. So we've really worked on making, so another thing in the design process is some of our previous routers didn't fit through a letterbox. So if you sent a self-addressed envelope or what have you, a padded box, they would have to have the inconvenience of going to the post office. So how do you make it so you can go through the post, through the letterbox? Done a trial with Collect Plus, so, you know, drop off in your convenience store. Also done work with Royal Mail on collections, so people don't need to leave the house. Royal Mail will collect. And I think some of those initiatives are just almost as important as the process and product, because, you know, you can only reuse what you get back.
Sure. I think we saw earlier in some of the presentations, it's just as important to promote the good credentials of the product you're doing to try and get customer engagement. And I think, you know, John, you'll note far too well the challenges of engaging the public in conducting themselves properly, doing the right thing for the right reasons. And I think it's been fascinating talking to you all, but if I can just get perhaps one brief comment from you all before we wrap up today about what do you think is the most challenging barrier to sustainability for business, and what do you think for yourself has been the greatest opportunity? And I hate to drop that on you straight away, John, but so what has been the biggest barrier to sustainability for you, and what has been your finest opportunity?
Well, I think, I mean, we've probably, from a circular perspective and moving waste up the hierarchy, we've probably been for a long time fixated on weight-based targets and you know, recycling percentages based on that, and that's drove a lot of decisions and moved us forward to a degree. I think now we talk about data, you know, the carbon impacts, consumption levels, and things like that. Reuse, I think, with the sort of environmental bill and those changes coming through, are really going to elevate reuse up to the top of the tree and really give it the focus and emphasis that it's probably deserved for a number of years now. And going back to Will's point, you know, without, you know, it's about us all doing, you know, not sort of big things, but lots of small things, and to various levels, and all making a contribution. It's on us all, really, whether we're in business or whether we're, you know, the other side of the fence as members of the public. It's all about us making those small contributions that add up to a big impact.
Professor.
Thank you, David. I think my opinion is the resources and the time, but put time probably on the number one challenges. It's a journey you need to take on jointly with business. For example, the product we developed is 2 or 3 years down the road. It's not easy, never easy. So you need to commit to that, to work together to build a product. during the process, you can bring people in. For example, we produced graduates and gradually channeled into the company. And then this is all made in Manchester. So this is a great opportunity as well. And I also like to mention Manchester University is quite ambitious to push into the social economic impact as well. So we have a lot of business engagement event. For example, we're going to have a clean tech and environmental tech event showcase in spring, summer. So watch out for the space. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Professor, and everybody else, please get involved in that. Vivek.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the challenges in my business I faced initially was the funding, but one thing I like is like events like Green Tech, they bring all the stakeholders together because I solved my funding problem. I recently raised 5 million for investment, but events like this where I met all the stakeholders, and I would say to solve this problem, it's all about collaboration and with governments, with companies, with consumers, and especially events like this need to lead that, bringing everybody together.
Thank you very much, Vivek, and thanks for stealing the words out of my mouth for closing remarks. Will, finally, with you.
I think to start with the opportunity, obviously for us, this process has led to improving the bottom line through cost savings. So I think that's a big opportunity for businesses to consider. I think the challenge is probably ubiquitous with all businesses, which you mentioned at the top, is adopting these circular economies does mean changing the habits of a business lifetimes. So, thinking about the product beyond the point of sale, taking ownership of the product at the point of disposal and trying to reuse. I mean, that is quite a big shift for many, many businesses to take.
It is. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm conscious of time, and I would just like to take this opportunity to thank you very much for your contributions. It's been a great showcase for business, for academia, and the interactions between those. And of course, if you have any further questions, anybody, please do contact us at Innovate UK, Edge Services for small to medium enterprises, and we can help you with that collaboration, that funding, sourcing, and business model development. So, thanks, Steve. Thanks for the opportunity.
Brilliant. Thanks, Dave. That was fascinating panel. That was really great, and we covered so much territory. And thanks, Dave. Yeah, and I would urge people to check out your program at Innovate UK, because I know it's a really great resource for people and funded as well. So you know, not too big a risk there. Brilliant. We're going to have another quick coffee break now, and then we're back for the final session where we're going to cover green transport and get into innovation in green transport. We're going to be looking at skills for a green tech future, which will be fascinating. And then we're rounding up with the amazing energy house at the University of Salford. So another Greater Manchester University gets to have a little bit of a moment in the sunshine rather than just the University of Manchester. So we'll be back at 11:45 after a coffee break. So please do come back then. We've got loads more. It's going to be fascinating. Thanks very much, everybody. Great. Well, welcome back, everybody. And we're now into our last session for this amazing conference. I can tell it's I've been riveted. I think it's been brilliant, and I can tell it's been good because usually at coffee break you get a little bit of the numbers dropping in the participants pane. It went up by 1 actually, so we must be doing well. So Nile, can I just say a quick hello before I hand over? It's good to see you, mate.
Good to see you too, Steve.
Right. So we're going to tackle, we've got another panel session coming up on innovation in green transport, which I'm really excited about because as those who know me well, this is a particular bugbear of mine. So I'm really glad we're getting into this. I'm going to hand over, as ever, to one of our panel hosts. We've got Nick Helm from Squire, Paton, Boggs. Hello, Nick.
Hi, Steve. Good to see you.
Yeah, brilliant to see you. I'm going to hand over to you and take it away.
Thank you, Steve. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to this session on innovations in green transport. My name is Nick Helm. I'm a partner at Squire, Paton, Boggs. I'm an infrastructure and transport specialist, so this session is really exciting for me. Green issues, transport issues, those are big topics, a lot to cover in only half an hour that we've got. So I could spend a lot of that time making scene-setting remarks. Probably won't do that, but maybe just pick on one, which is just to remind you of Andy Burnham's announcements back in November about his ambition for GM to get to have a carbon neutral transport network in the coming years, and he announced a roadmap for that. So big, bold ambition for GM. So hopefully we'll explore some of that with our panelists. So I'm going to ask to introduce themselves now, if that's okay. Starting with you, with Jonny.
Thanks very much, Nick. Nice to be with you all again. I won't add very much more to my introduction earlier, but only to say for those who weren't with us that Electricity Northwest, we think we've got a key role to play in the region and the city regions transition to a sustainable transport system. I suppose the key action that we're taking is to make sure the electricity network has the capacity it needs so that it's ready when our customers, businesses and domestic customers are ready to connect their EVs to our network. And we expect we're going to need to see at least 150,000 EVs on Greater Manchester's roads by 2025 to stay on track with zero carbon by 2050, that is. So the figure will need to be even higher if we want to get there by 2038.
Fantastic. Nairi.
Hi everyone, I'm Nairi and I work for Beryl. We are one of the UK's leading micromobility operators, and what that means is we operate bike share, scooter share, cargo bike share schemes across the UK. We've got around 10,000 connected vehicles across the UK in 6 locations. And I guess the reason I'm here today is because we're the people behind Greater Manchester's B Network cycle hire scheme. So we've been here beavering away in the background with Greater Manchester since last summer. And in November, we launched the first phase of the B Network cycle hire. So we've got stations at the moment on Oxford Road and in Salford, and the scheme will start to roll out from in the summer, where we'll have 1,500 bikes, and 300 of those will be e-bikes, and that'll be made available to the public sort of this summer.
Fantastic. Nile.
Good morning, everybody. I kind of wear 2 hats. So I'm the founder and CEO of the Blair project. We're a vocational and technical training provider that exists to develop the diverse talent pipeline needed to fuel the green industrial revolution. How we do that is we work with young people and adults and get them to convert used petrol go-karts into fully electric e-karts that they get to test and race to see which is the fastest and the most energy efficient. But it's all about using motorsport as a hook to get people inspired and infused to pursue careers within digital tech and engineering. I'm also a director of the Manchester Innovation Activities Hub. It's a new centre based in Hulme, which will be opening up in April, that will focus on providing industrial grade equipment and electrification skills training. So any SMEs that want to prototype new products and services will be able to come into the centre and to tackle climate change, but also provide a space to rapidly upskill, reskill and new skill Manchester residents who may have lost their jobs as a result of COVID for specialist technical roles within green tech.
Great stuff, thanks. And Dan, are you there?
I am, yeah. Nice to hear from you. Yeah, my name is Daniel Burton. I'm the chief exec of the Wondrwall group of companies. That consists of a technology business which we design, manufacture and deploy technology to create net zero homes. So that includes home energy management to solar, battery, heating, hot water and EV chargers. Two of our biggest markets are house builders and large-scale retrofits to councils and housing associations across the country. We also own a solar installation business, which a nationwide solar install business, and a solar monitoring business.
I fear we might have just lost Daniel there, but that's okay. So I think we'll press on with our first big question for the panel, if that's okay, panel. So innovations in green transport. In your view, what are the big strategic issues? Maybe if we could start with Jonny.
Sure, thanks, Nick. I mean, we're seeing, there's no question we're seeing unprecedented uptake in the adoption of electric vehicles, which is incredibly positive. So a couple of stats for you: about 12% of car sales in 2021 were EVs. We had a 76% increase in the number of EVs on the UK's roads, up from 108,000 to 190,000. So there's a really positive direction and really positive progress that's being made in terms of the uptake of EVs. And I think that trend is only set to continue, certainly as some of the supply chain issues that we're seeing with things like chips start to fall away a little bit, hopefully towards the back end of the year. So 76% increase in the number of EVs on the UK's roads. However, the installation of EV chargers is not keeping pace with that trend. So there was a 37% increase in the number of EV chargers across the UK last year. So well, not keeping pace with that uptake in the vehicles themselves. When you look at the numbers of chargers available, there's an average of 42 chargers per 100,000 people across the UK. But there's a real regional disparity beneath that figure. So you've got 102 chargers per 100,000 people in London, and that comes down to 24 per 100,000 people in the Northwest. So as well as the pace of investment in EV charging, there's a real issue about around regional disparity. And I guess, government have recognised that there are significant barriers in place to accelerate the delivery of EV charging. £1.3 billion allocated to hopefully unlock that barrier. But there's clearly something going on here. We've clearly not yet managed to get to grips with this particular barrier. So I'm really keen to see if we could have a discussion this morning around what are businesses doing or not doing to install chargers within their own business for the benefit of their staff and customers. And also, do we have anybody with us this morning who's perhaps got a particularly innovative technology or service to roll out EV charging across the city and the city region? We've got BEV partnered with Transport for Greater Manchester, who are doing a great job, but are there any other players in the marketplace at the moment who can help us keep pace with that increased uptake in electric vehicles?
Yeah, and if those people are here, do shout, do drop us a message. You might be able to join in the discussion. Nairi, can I move to you? What's your view of the big strategic issues?
So I'm going to be a bit controversial, I think, today. Coming from a bike share background, I think for us, there's what we see from a sort of bike share background is that there's a lot of capital and push for innovations, but most of the money is going into sort of EV charging, which in our perspective is that's around the sort of going back to the status quo, i.e. this sort of car dependent travel, and from my perspective, that is not sort of where we're thinking in terms of innovation. And I'm willing to be challenged, and I'm not arguing that we shouldn't be investing in EV charging, but I think in terms of there's an accessibility issue, and I think that's where micromobility comes in. And one of the things to consider is if for like cities and city regions like Manchester to achieve net zero, if you want micromobility to be part of the bigger transport network and really embedded in the way people travel, it's about embedding every single aspect of that, which we can see already happening in Manchester. So it's not just about having bike share, or it's not just about having scooters, it's about the whole caboodle, basically everything together. So you can access cargo bikes if you need to go shopping. It's about reducing our carbon footprint in a way that is accessible to people who might not be able to afford electric vehicles.
Fantastic. Nile, what are your thoughts?
Mine's a bit of a combination between Jonny's and Nairi's, and it's basically, I'd like to have a discussion with the audience to see what's the best ways we can look at creating a more inclusive and accessible transport for all. So, you know, there's been discussions about electric cars, and, you know, somebody in the chat mentioned about EV still being too expensive, and, you know, the current supply chain issues that we're having. I'd like to look at, you know, what about if we could set up, you know, first and last mile solutions across GM, you know, instead of, you know, people having to get in a car just by themselves and head to their work location. What about if we incorporated more e-bikes, scooters, or even walking that first mile, hopping on at a transit stop, and then completing that last mile walking and cycling, or even the car, you know, getting rid of the whole thing around car ownership, and, you know, maybe hopping in with somebody else. It'll be much more better for the environment. You know, the whole thing around car ownership. Are you going to save a lot more money by not paying for things like maintenance, vehicle tax, insurance? I think there are better ways of accessing transport and making it more better. And even things about, you know, autonomous vehicles, although there was a negative report earlier this week about, you know, in terms of insurance wise, and, you know, things happen. But I think if we can get more investment into developing the technology to get it at a better rate or a better standard, I think that's going to play a key role in there as well. So that's what I'd like to open it out to the audience and have that discussion.
Brilliant stuff. Now, have we got Daniel back? Daniel, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
So, Daniel, that big question. What's your view of the big strategic issues in this topic?
Well, I think government have to play their role in what we do, because there are some positive things that have come out this year. Obviously, the government forcing house builders to put EV chargers in every home that they built is a really positive move. I think there's complications around. There's a lot of points that have been brought up with regards to cost, availability of EVs, but also the infrastructure that's required. If you live in a terraced house and you want to charge your electric vehicle up, how are you going to do that? There has to be innovation around actually the infrastructure and what we need to actually really take EV seriously for the mass market, if you will.
Yeah. Okay. So good points from everybody. I'm particularly interested actually in perhaps Niall's comments about different ways of accessing transport. That might be something for some Q&A later on. Let's move on to another question then for the panel. Turning now to what the audience and what businesses in GM could be doing. So what are your views? What could we be doing? What could the audience, what can our community be doing to improve green issues in transport? Jonny, if I start with you.
Sure. Can I cheat a little bit as well, Nick? Can I suggest three actions that businesses in particular can take? So I think I should say as well that we absolutely agree, and I agree with Nairi's point about the need for an integrated strategy on sustainable transport. This isn't just about getting people out of petrol and diesel cars into EVs. Active travel and sustainable travel has absolutely got to be part of the solution. So we've got schemes as well to support our staff on that bit of their journey as well. But if I just hop back to the point about EVs in particular, I touched on this briefly earlier around what Electricity Northwest's strategy has been to get our own house in order, essentially. And I think there's three things that businesses can take away from today in terms of what they can do. Firstly, get some EV chargers installed at your offices, whatever your premises are. There are £350 grants available from government, including VAT, with funding available for up to 40 per business. So that's either at one site or at multiple sites. So there's cash available. There are capital allowances, so up to 130% super deduction capital allowances for any of your own money you need to spend on EV chargers and for some types of electric vehicle. So we very much encourage you to be installing EV chargers and making most of those financial incentives and grants. Last couple of things, make sure you've got electric vehicles available to all your staff. There's a 2% benefit in kind company car tax rate for EVs as opposed to 37% for petrol, 33% for diesel. So it makes increasing financial sense for people. So make sure EVs are available, not just to people on your company car scheme, to all of your staff if you possibly can. And the last thing I would suggest is, and this is difficult depending on what kind of organisation you run, but put in place a plan for transitioning your whole fleet to electric at some point. As I said before, we've only got a plan to get to about a third of our fleet at this point in time because of the availability of electric vehicles at this point, but we'll keep that under review. And at some point, we will be able to get that to 100%, I'm sure. So those will be the three things for me: EV chargers, scheme for your staff, and thirdly, transition your business fleet.
Fantastic. Nairi, what about you? What can our audience and businesses be doing?
I think, well, obviously, I think sustainable and active travel is definitely the way forward. And then, as Nile was saying, using, it doesn't have to be the whole journey, the first and last mile. Consider how you could travel a little bit differently. Could you walk to the train station instead of taking the car? Could you, walk across town instead of jumping in an Uber? All these small little actions that take place. I think as well, there's obviously I don't work for TFGM, so I can't give the exact details, but I do know there's plenty of grants available for businesses for sustainable, to help change their business and make them more sustainable. So whether that is to help install bike racks or showers or anything that you can think of relating to sustainable and active travel, I'd urge you to get in touch with them, the team there, and they can help. But I think, from my perspective, it's about looking at what's on your doorstep. You might just be walking past a bike without even realizing it. And also TFGM's got recently launched a pilot for cargo bikes as well. So, and that is another option. And if you're in Salford, you can also jump on the scooters, which I would recommend. They are good fun, as well as being able to get to the right place.
and safe, hopefully, as well.
Well, they're definitely safe. I think they do get a bad rap. I can talk for hours about how safe they actually are to use, but obviously they're Lime scooters, and we don't have ours in Manchester at the moment.
Just before I turn to Nile and Daniel, if anybody does have any questions for the panel, we might have a couple of moments before we finish in 10 minutes or so. So do send them through, and we'll try and pick them up. So Nile, what tips what do you think our audience and businesses in Manchester could be doing?
Well, I've actually got an activity, just one. I'd like everybody just for a week to keep a diary of, and just write down how many hours during the week are they actually driving their car, and how many hours is it just sat there parked up on your drive or at a car park. And then think about, right, okay, how much is this actually costing me for the privilege of using my car? And then work out, is there a better alternative or solution? Could I actually walk or get public transport, or get an e-bike or a scooter and rent one? So I'd like everyone to go away and do that.
That sounds good fun. I'm after this, I'm going to go and find a scooter. I'm going to pop over to Salford and rent one, I think. Daniel, what about you? What, from your perspective, what could our audience and businesses be doing?
From my perspective, the core philosophy of our company is to reduce energy consumption right from the beginning. So before we talk about EVs, cycling, whether it be any type of transport, actually, does that need to happen full stop? Is there a better way? Can we streamline our businesses to be more effective to actually not use the transport. And to be honest, COVID has a real big positive impact on that. For me, before I was traveling a hell of a lot using a car or an EV, and actually a lot of it has been done on Teams these days. So I think over the last couple of years, we've probably let the earth breathe a bit because people aren't traveling as much. So it's actually, for me, it's thinking about how you operate as a business or how you operate as a human being, and actually looking at yourselves and looking at, actually, do I need to do this, or is there a more efficient way of doing it?
I mean, that's a great point, and maybe I could throw that out to the panel. What are your thoughts on public transport take up as we emerge from COVID? Got a good question, given actually today, in fact, many of the restrictions are being removed.
Funny enough, I saw on the news this morning that the railway was offering free bacon sandwiches if you wanted to get back on trains, which was an interesting one.
Jonny, have you got any thoughts on this?
Yeah, sure. No, I think it's a key point that Daniel's raised around, is do you actually need to be travelling in the first instance? I think the jury's out a little bit, isn't it, in terms of what a post-lockdown return to travel looks like. What will people's working from home patterns look like? Personally, I think we'll settle on something which will be a version of what we've adapted to over the last couple of years. There'll be more of these types of activities online to reduce the need for travel. But I think we've probably also found that on the back of this experience, a bit of face-to-face human interaction is critical. I don't, personally, I don't think we can do without that. So exactly what the balance ends up between virtual stuff versus face-to-face, we'll see where we get to. But yeah, absolutely agree with the point. Reduce your need to travel as far as you can. Get on public transport, get on a bike, get on a scooter as far as you can, walk. And for those journeys where you do still need a car, and there will be a number of people for a variety of reasons where a car is the right solution, as I've already said, now's the time to, if not adopt one, start thinking seriously about adopting an EV.
Yeah, okay. I've got a question for Nairi and for Nile. Some of the innovations you're talking about, some people might say, well, that's ideal for the kids, the people in their 20s and the funky people in the 20s and 30s, but maybe not be for older people. Is that a fair point? Is that unfair? How do you see different age groups taking up those initiatives?
Oh, I think I could cut in here. I don't have the stats right in front of me, but every year we do a survey of our users, and you'll be really surprised at the demographics that use our vehicles. In terms of scooters, you think that it's the younger people, but it depends on the area where we operate in. But a lot of the time it's sort of 30s, 40s who use our scooters because it's a quick way to nip across town or to get to the station or whatever. And then similarly, there's a bit of a stigma that says that people with e-bikes probably are older users, but we don't see that either. We'd like to target older users to use them, but a bit more. But actually, it is a lot of the younger ones that do use them. I think it's like I was saying before, the scooters are a bit of a bad rep, I think, and it's just a case of education, and that is what we're trying to do where possible, really.
Okay, so Nile, do you have any thoughts?
Like I said, I don't really have any stats, but I do think they are accessible for all. And I think, if we can get to a stage of, the first and last mile and incorporating technology where I call it a bit like an Uber style model where, you say where you're starting from and where your destination is, and then it can work out the routes for you. So, that whole thing of car sharing. So for the older generation, they can share cars, go to the transit stop, hop on a bus or train, and then, another car ownership can pick them up and take them to the destination. I think that would be a really good option. The bikes, I see a lot of people ride around town from the older generation anyway. So no, I think it is for everybody, but there are varying levels in terms of mobility wise. But yeah, like I mentioned, that whole thing of car sharing is an option.
Yeah, okay. In fact, Steve Collins just reminded me that Chris Boardman's one of his ambitions is that our objective in GM should be to create a network that works for everybody, whether you're age 8 or 80. So that must be right. So yeah, good for Chris. So one of the words that hasn't been mentioned yet today is hydrogen. We've had a lot of mentions of electric and EV. Hydrogen is said to be the next big thing. Where might that fit into travel and fueling travel in the next few years? Any thoughts from the panel?
I mean, it's part of the forecasting work that we do keeps track of a whole range of different technologies, well established to those that are kind of new and developing. We certainly think there's a role for hydrogen more widely. That's included in some of those forecasts I gave you a little bit of a snapshot of in the earlier presentation. Certainly in terms of domestic heating, there will be some electrification of heating, but there'll also be some transition to green hydrogen. In terms of cars and light vans, we don't in our forecast really see a role for hydrogen in there. We think that it's entirely viable that those types of vehicles will transition to be electric. HGVs, I think our forecast the minute set out, we think there will be a role for hydrogen in there. But we're in a really interesting space at the moment where you're seeing people like Tesco, for example, trialling electric HGVs to see how they get on. Have they got the range, the reliability, etc., that they need? So our forecasts they're reasonably good. Our forecasting team with their crystal ball, but the level of innovation within the marketplace at the moment and the level of rapidly developing policy development means that actually over the next 5-10 years. Who knows what kind of technologies will become available? So asking me this question today, yes, we think hydrogen has a role, certainly for those heavier vehicles, but ask me that question again in 12, 24 months. And I suspect the answer will still be the same, but let's see how things develop.
Yeah, good point. So I hope this works from a technical perspective. Andrew White, I believe, has his hand up. Can we ask Andrew to come off mute and ask his question?
Hello.
Hi, Andrew.
Hello, everybody. My question is, a few cities around the country have brought in parking levies in the cities to help fund and improve public transport. I worked at a company in Nottingham up until last year, and I was charged £362 a month to park in the company car park because they had over 10 spaces. And that money went to the council to help fund the tram service, the tram extensions, the bus services. I'm just wondering whether that be something that Manchester could look into as well to sort of help improve public transport, because sometimes people who have cars are less likely to use public transport because sometimes it is not, there's not enough service for them to get to work in the times they need to. They might need to leave home at 6 o'clock in the morning to get to work for 8:30 because of public transport routes and things. So that's what they use the parking levy for in the Nottingham area. I'm sure Leicester's looking into it. A few other cities have got it in place already. So I'm just wondering whether that would be something that the Manchester area would look into.
That's a good question. I suspect we probably need somebody from the City Council or TFGM to field that one. Although, do the panel have insight into that? Parking levies? Maybe not, although I am aware that revenues that come in from the clean air charging zone that's proposed for Manchester do have to get used on transport initiatives in the area. So so that's good to know when that scheme gets started. So we've got a minute left. What I might do is ask the panelists if they've got any last wrap-up remarks to make, or anything that a clinching comment they'd like to leave the audience with. Maybe I'll start with Nairi.
I think this is quite a difficult one. I think it's about food for thought, really, and it's about the way we're operating at the moment is on a really, in the tech world anyway, it's a very fast life cycle, and improvements of products and models are happening so quickly, like on 2-year cycle or less. So for us, it's about how do we balance being innovative with delivery when we're working with huge sort of transport authorities where notoriously things move quite slowly. And I think we go back to what Jonny was saying about innovations in hydrogen. You know, like things are happening on such a rate that we can't necessarily move with the pace always. So it's more thinking about from how can we create a commercial model that a transport authority is able to build sort of room for innovation in, you know, instead of just kind of delivering something that we think is right for the here and now. How do we know that that can stretch with that, with the people and the city over the years to come?
Fantastic. And for our remaining 3 panelists, let's just have one word or a phrase to wrap up. Nile. Nile, is Nile there?
Oh no, yeah, I'm there. Accessibility.
Accessibility. Fantastic. Daniel?
One word, net zero.
Zero. And Jonny?
Contact me for more information on your EV strategy.
Fantastic. So there we go, all finished. Thanks everybody. And I might hand back now to Steve.
Brilliant. Thanks, Nick. That was excellent. And yeah, and loads of posting in the chat, including me abusing my position as chair and getting stuck in. Sorry about that. Thanks ever so much, Nick. That was excellent. So we're going to go straight on to our next panel session, which really cuts across all of these areas that we were discussing, which is, you know, what are the skills we need as a city region to move into a sustainable net zero green tech future. So really, really critical. If anybody missed it, there was another report out last week from Green Alliance that got into this as well, saying we just need a totally different skills base. So I'm really excited about this one. I'm going to hand over again to the panel chair, which is Kate Thomas from EY Foundation. Over to you, Kate.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, in fact, that paper is one thing that I am going to mention. But yeah, first of all, great to be here. And this panel is to talk about skills, talent, jobs, recruitment, call it what you will, in the green tech sector. Now, I don't profess to be a green tech expert, but EY Foundation is an expert in helping employers find hard to reach talent, find hard to reach young people. And that's why I'm really pleased to contribute to this discussion in this way, and also have an excellent selection of panelists. So I'd like them to introduce themselves as possible, please. So Sophie, would you like to go first?
Sure thing, thank you. Yeah, so I'm Sophie Walker. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Disposal, and we are on a mission to demystify the world of waste and try to make it easier for people to do the right thing with their rubbish, recycling and resources, and we do that through software and data.
Great stuff, thank you. And Zoe, how about you? Oh, you're on mute, Zoe.
Perfect. Hi everyone, I'm Zoe Wallace and I'm the director at Agent Academy. So Agent Academy is all about bringing future talent into the industry, and not just into net zero and green jobs, but really across the board, looking at what the emerging roles are coming out of digital, creative and tech. So we've got 8 years experience of this, of like finding this often untapped talent and bringing them through. And recently we hosted an event all around climate change careers. So yeah, hopefully I can bring some of that perspective from future talent to the table. Thank you.
Definitely. Thanks, Zoe. Good to see you, Sammy. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, likewise, good to see you. Hi, everyone. And apologies, I'm a bit late as well. I was struggling to get in. But yeah, Sammy Fry, I'm the net zero lead at TechNation. And my main role is to support climate tech companies. So supporting roughly 30 to 35 climate tech companies every year. We support them with investment, connecting to corporates as well, to support corporates to decarbonize, and then also through advisory sessions as well, such as best practice advice for raising investment, connecting to corporates, international expansion, sales, and also specifically on net zero as well, such as emissions reduction potential, storytelling, kind of how to do a very good deck as well. But jobs and skills is also a big passion of mine, especially to boost that in the green tech space. So yeah, really happy to be here.
Cool. Okay, so we're going to start with a bit of scene setting. And as Steve just mentioned, some of you may have seen this month's Green Alliance Policy Insight. So it was called Closing the UK's Green Skills Gap. So that does imply that there is one. And indeed, number one on the findings is every major sector in the UK needs to close a significant skills gap to enable them to reach net zero. So I want to start with Sammy from TechNation. Is there a skills gap? What are your thoughts? What does your research show?
Yeah, there definitely is a skills gap. And yeah, the numbers are quite stark. So at the moment, according to the International Energy Agency, 14 million jobs will have to be filled before the end of this decade to service the world's growing green energy infrastructure. And across the UK economy, 6.3 million jobs could be affected by the national push towards net zero. This is especially stark when you look at the energy transition. So I think essentially switching from the fossil fuel industry to obviously renewables is a huge factor there. And the biggest skills gap really comes from STEM jobs, so jobs in science, technology, engineering, and maths as well.
Wow, that's some pretty big numbers. Okay, and Sophie, on behalf of employers within the green tech space, what's your experience? What do you think?
Yeah, so I think, I mean, from the kind of the other CEOs and kind of leaders that I've spoke to in the kind of general sustainability space and in the green tech space, there definitely appears to be a bit of a shortfall there in terms of people being able to find, you know, the right skill set, the right experience, and kind of at the right level, I suppose, in terms of, you know, especially I think more kind of experience in senior roles. And I think because of that real high demand and the sort of the not such brilliant supply, I think that's really massively increasing potential salaries, which makes it then harder to fund those roles, and there's definitely issues around that. And so I think you know, that from speaking to other people, there definitely seems to be that issue. We haven't particularly felt that yet, but yeah, it is there.
Okay, great. Zoe, have you got anything to add on your perspective there?
Yeah, I suppose the point that Sophie made, I think we've seen this a lot, where the demand often is around that mid to senior level. So in the space that we work, which is more that young people coming through, sometimes that might not feel like the absolute priority to a leader who's looking at their workforce thinking, wow, I need this person now in this role. So I suppose my reflection on that is really about not, you know, investing now in that young talent, because in 2 years, 3 years time, they are the mid-level people and stuff. So I think, yeah, I hear it about the seniors and how that kind of element we may need to focus on what we can do to upskill in the existing workforce, but also before long the future workforce will be taking those roles, and we need to put real investment and time in there as well, I believe.
Yeah, no, good point. Okay, so for the green sector, there are opportunities, so emerging initiatives like the Green Jobs Task Force, the Green Apprenticeship Advisory Panel, mentioned the COP26, the Green Careers Pathway. I just want to garner some opinion as to who we think should be driving this upskilling and recruitment. Are these initiatives effective, and what more do we think could be done, really? Sammy, should we come to you first?
Yeah, sure. I think, a lot more could be done across the board. I think, first of all, within academia, I think if you look at the past 10 years, there's been a huge growth in courses, university courses, and also apprenticeships as well towards green jobs. But I think a lot more could be done, especially when you look at the areas where we really do need upskilling. So when you look at, whether it's wind energy engineers, really like hardware specialists within kind of key roles where we really need to make more of a green transition. So whether it's carbon removals or the energy industry, or even within the electric vehicle transition or hydrogen fuel cells, there's a lot more that could be done, I think, within academia. And then there's also a bit to be said around the just transition as well. So if you look at the current, fossil fuel industries, the big incumbents there, I think a lot more could be done to upskill their workforce, because of course in 10, 20 years, ideally even sooner, that sector will hopefully be made relatively redundant. So I think there's a big upskilling that really has to happen there. And I think that could come from the big incumbents, the likes of whether it's Shell or BP or any of those other big players. I think there's responsibility there to really ensure that they ensure that their workforce is safeguarded for the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, cool. Okay, and Sophie, sort of again from your perspective at Disposal and from what you've heard from other employers, are people making use of these initiatives? Are they kind of part of the conversation, and is it helpful, and what do you think else could happen?
So, I mean, if I'm honest, I've not really spoken to anybody who's made any use of this, but that's not to say that there aren't lots of people who are making use of them, but certainly I've not spoken to anybody who has. I think, I mean, from my perspective, you know, this is something we should all be doing, like as in actually, so as in it, you know, absolutely academia needs to prepare people for real jobs, and some of that's about kind of, you know, really specific skill sets, and, you know, like Sammy was talking about engineering, things like that. Obviously that is a, you know, kind of a specific kind of area of expertise, but I really think that kind of, you know, the push towards sustainability, and if we're going to actually kind of meet these challenges, this is just something that everybody should be thinking about and training for and recruiting for and really kind of taking responsibility for. And, you know, from our perspective, you know, sort of said, we haven't really found a massive kind of skills gap, but I think that's because we've made the kind of conscious choice to employ people for their kind of attitude and aptitude, in terms of like, we basically want people who really care, because we think if people care, they can basically learn anything they need to do the job. So obviously we do have developers who've done some sort of developing kind of stuff, either kind of degrees or boot camps and things like that. But I mean, we've had people come straight out of university or with very, very little experience. Our, you know, now CTO came to us straight from university as a junior developer in 2018, and he's our CTO now, and he is amazing and brilliant. And I think, you know, just being able to take a chance on people and actually be willing to put in the effort to train them up and get them to understand your sector and get them to understand, you know, the bit that you work in. I think if you're willing to do that, then we probably don't have a skill shortage, because there's loads of people who I think, you know, want jobs and care about this stuff and are passionate. But the problem, I think, is that people just want people to start at that kind of experienced senior level and aren't willing to put the effort in. But from our experience anyway, the effort's been fairly minimal and the rewards have been phenomenal. So do more of that.
And genuinely, I think that's a really good perspective. And because I do, you know, I had a chat with a chief exec last week around skills, and there was an element of, yes, we don't acquire talent, we create talent, but nonetheless, then kind of the end of that conversation, he was saying that he couldn't find people at the right level. So, you know, I think that your philosophy seems to be really, and it has definitely worked for you. And I think that you're right, like the behaviours piece, the attitude, the willingness, the passion, that's 90% of the battle, is it? Surely, I mean, people might disagree, and by all means, you know, put some comments in the chat, because your experiences might be different. But yeah, I mean, certainly with the young people that we work with at the foundation, they won't necessarily have the skills, but if they've got the appetite to get there, then that's half the battle. Thank you. Zoe, have you got anything to add around that?
Yeah, for sure. I think all of the work being done around, you know, identifying the challenges in the UK and more kind of close to home in the Northwest is really important. From a policy and political level, it's important that, you know, there's things going on at the most senior level to push the agenda. I think locally and collectively and collaboratively, you know, businesses here can be working together and with education partners and looking what can be done and what are the quick wins. And the thing is, I think if we go about this thinking what strategically on a national level needs to happen, that's great. But actually there's things that can, like as Sophie just said, there's things that can just be done quite easily here to make a difference immediately, like today and you know, tomorrow. And I think some of the experience we've had around this was the team with me hosted a careers event, which was just about profiling and putting the people that are working in industry on a stage to say to future talent, this is a job and this is a job that you could take. So we had like 300 young people from schools and colleges all tune in, either in person in Manchester or online. And it was brilliant because actually, you know, if half of that audience just learned something new and was more inspired in one of their science subjects or whatever, that's made a difference. And I think sometimes when we look at this big scary picture, we can be quite overwhelmed by it, but that doesn't mean to say that we can't do stuff. And I think the Northwest, in my experience, is really brilliant at collaboration and coming together. And I think that we should just look at what can be done collectively together on the ground now. So
I totally echo that. My experience with the foundation, working with young people, you know, I've heard so many young people say, I didn't think that that was for people like me. And it's a lot of part of our programs, I think probably the same with you at Agents, I mean, is that confidence piece, is the demystifying, and like Sophie said, it's all about passion. If you've got the passion and the willingness to learn and you're going to work hard, you can get there. Great stuff. Okay. So Zoe, I'm going to come back to you on this one first, because I'm going to talk about the industry and its recruitment or HR practices. Are there anything, what do you suggest that they can do to tap these untapped talent pools?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting point, because we've heard about how we recruit and maybe, you know, the certain degree subjects and like levels that is really important to reach from a recruitment perspective. We've just had a great experience with Agents Academy where we were working with a really large global employer, and they have got a huge recruitment need, you know, in lots of emerging roles, so across the board. And they came to us and said, you know, we want to be able to unlock this untapped talent locally in Manchester, in Liverpool, and what can we do there? So through our program, we recruited, and what we did is we skipped the initial screening bit of their global recruitment kind of process. So we were able to say, well, actually, what can happen if we don't judge people on what, you know, the grades they got in the subjects that they did, you know, at that level, what happens if we unlock that? And when we got them through to the you know, interview stages of you know, the assessment centres and stuff, they did really well, and a lot of them will be getting, you know, really high value starting salaries at a global firm. And I think that's something that we can do, is to look in a different way about how we approach talent. And, you know, if we want our businesses and our organisations to be diverse and representative and to bring in different perspectives from different people, I think that it's really important that we change up some of those practices that will potentially hold that back. And we can do that, as I said, through opportunities like EY Foundation on the ground. I know for us, you know, the big thing that we do a lot of is work with community partners on the ground to find people who wouldn't ordinarily have come near to Agents Academy, let alone some of the employers that we work with. They're just not in the same sphere. So I think if we can utilize, you know, different initiatives to unlock that untapped talent, then that's a really major opportunity. Yeah, to just find absolutely new pools of people that wouldn't ordinarily have the opportunity, and likewise the industry wouldn't have the opportunity to meet.
Great stuff, thank you. Sophie, have you got any, apart from perhaps not focusing on skills, have you got any hot tips for how to change HR or recruitment practices?
I think a lot of what Zoe said makes perfect sense, and I think, you know, it's that people kind of have a tendency to assume that you know must have a degree or must have a whatever, and it's like, do you really need one for this? Is that some, you know, is it really, do you really need one for this particular role? Probably not. And so, well, you know, obviously engineering and stuff, fair enough, but you know, like most of it, I think there's, you know, there's a lot of roles in a lot of jobs, like in a lot of companies, that really we've got into the habit of expecting certain kind of qualifications or attributes, and I don't think they're necessarily useful. And I think a lot of the time, you know, they are a big barrier to a more diverse, applicant pool. And actually, certainly, so we straddle the waste and the tech sector, and both of them have a problem with diversity. And I think anything that any employers can do to try and make the sector that, either of those sectors, all of our sectors, more attractive to a broader group of people by lowering barriers. And that doesn't mean lowering quality, right, or standards. It's about not putting inane kind of pointless barriers in place that people have to jump over, and a lot of people can't. So I think that is a really, really important thing. I think also just trying to actually be willing to help people along the journey. So as in, being willing to kind of share expertise and experience. If you're a senior leader in these industries, actually be willing to talk to people who are starting their journey out, and have conversations with people about how things actually work. And I think you were saying about actually getting in front of people and telling people that these are jobs that exist, and they're good, like, as in, yes, it's extremely hard and tiring, but it's good and exciting and interesting. And I think being able to kind of, I never thought I'd be here. This is absolutely not what my kind of route, path was, kind of where I thought I'd be. And so I just think actually offering these different interesting kind of new emerging roles and industries to people as a genuine way for them to kind of engage in this, in the employment kind of market, and to find new interesting things to do is really, really important. So just reduce barriers and be more welcoming.
Yeah, I totally echo that. And the more opportunities people can take to get in front of young people, get in front of diverse audiences, whether that's in schools or community groups. If you're offered an opportunity to speak, take it. Tell young people, tell diverse communities about the work that you do, and inspire them and excite them. Great, thank you, Sophie. Sammy, have you got anything on any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, just to echo what Sophie and Zoe would just say, I completely agree. I think it's all about opening up access to those untapped talent pools, and also communicating it as well. I think often people just aren't aware of the sector, of the job availability in the sector as well. And also, just coming back to Sophie's point earlier, I completely agree that I think every job should be seen as a climate job, and I completely agree with that philosophy as well. I think with the transition to net zero, I think we need sustainability to be embedded into company cultures as well. So I think it should be on everyone's mind. And I think even when recruiters go out to candidates, I think sustainability should be part of the process as well. Like there just needs to be an education piece to be had. And I think and at the moment, like you were saying, everyone wants to be working for a purpose-driven company as well, which is obviously a very good thing. I think there's just the two sides to the coin. I think on the one hand, there's like the real like technical roles where it does really require a lot of specialty, for, like we were saying, the energy transition. There's a lot of very specific roles, but then for those more roles with soft skills, that is an opportunity, an area of real opportunity. And I think that's where we really can open up access. And then for the other side, I think it's about communicating what exactly is needed to become, a solar engineer, for example, or anything like that.
Yeah, you're dead right. Like, green skills are not just for the green sector. They are pervasive throughout all sectors. And yeah, I think that's a really important kind of point to get across to young people as well. And I really like the way that you just mentioned how, like, purpose tries, purpose is a really important part of certainly the young people that we talk to. Purpose is a really big driver for them in terms of which industries they want to then work in. So for the green tech sector, for the sustainability sector more broadly, that's a real opportunity, isn't it, for us to really make that, that kind of push that to the forefront and enable those young people to put purpose at the front of, that value at the front of their drive to get jobs.
Yeah, completely. So yeah, I completely agree. And I think also it's a great selling point for companies as well. I think because obviously everyone is looking to at least the upcoming generation are very purpose driven. It's a great selling point for companies as well to show that they are committed to the climate. For them, I think that's a great way of actually kind of bringing in and attracting top talent as well. So it goes both ways.
Yeah. I mean, my next question was going to be around diversity and inclusion, and because we know that this sector particularly does. I mean, it's not on its own. There are many sectors that do struggle in terms of encouraging women and encouraging people from Black and ethnic minority backgrounds to join. Someone just put in the chat there about becoming a STEM ambassador. I think that's a great idea. I know that Agent Academy, EY Foundation, organisations like ours are always looking for volunteers, partners, speakers to come and speak to our young people. So by all means, get in touch. Is there anything else you guys would like to add around diversity and how the sector can put that as a priority? Yes, Zoe.
I think as well, it doesn't always have to, I think it's really good to profile early talent. So people that are already doing it, that are representative, and I think any opportunities to profile role models is inspiring, and literally it takes often for a young person to listen to somebody that they relate to, tell them something for them to say, okay, that's for me, and that's the way it is. And I've had young people, I spoke to a young woman recently, and she was a programmer, and she was just making university decisions, and she turned and said that she wanted to go into social media, but she had this really extensive programming experience, and she was a whiz. And she said that she didn't want to go into web or programming because she felt it was just dominated by white men, and she didn't feel like she fitted in. And that was the first time I'd actually heard a young person say that is what had put them off, because I know that we talk about it a lot, but that was the first time someone articulated it. So I did whatever I could to kind of encourage it, because that's the challenge, isn't it? If somebody feels that they don't belong somewhere, then they're not naturally going to put themselves in that place. So I think we've got a big job to do of really showcasing and representative talent, and not just older people working in industry as well, because young people relate to other young people. So I think so all of the businesses that have apprenticeship schemes and grad schemes, and universities that have people on some of the courses, that it's about pushing those young voices that are often unheard through to inspire the future. I think that's really important. And I think the other thing, and this is slightly going back to a point that was made earlier around the different ways to train for these jobs, and the different degree programs that are coming through. I work with a number of universities actually to almost revolutionise how we deliver higher education. And a piece of work that's happening at the moment through the Office for Students and is being run with about 21 universities in the UK. So we're working with John Moores on this, and I know that like Salford, Manchester Met, all of the universities, like a lot of our Northwest universities are involved. And it's about how we take the traditional degree course and we chop it up and create short degree level qualifications. And this is, I think, a really exciting prospect, because it means that people that wouldn't have traditionally thought or felt that university was for them can dip into qualifications that are very specific. So rather than doing 3 years on sustainable business practice, as an example, they can deep dive into the element that is really relevant for their employment. And these courses, one of the big pieces that's been instilled in the project is that it needs to be very much like about partnership and co-creation with industry. So I think it's worth looking at the Office for Students and what kind of some of these initiatives are coming through. So they're looking at how they change degree funding, how short courses will be something that is, an option and stuff. And I think all of these things are really, really important, and especially for sectors that, are kind of progressing and changing all of the time, when universities are getting into this new mindset of saying, well, actually, we're actually creating these short courses and we're doing it in 3 months and validation will be done. And that is really fast from a academic perspective. But once that mindset changes towards academically, we can get things over the line so quickly. I think that's really exciting for industries that have got emerging job roles coming through where they need new ways. Yeah.
And I suppose just to stress that it is the right thing to do, but it's also the business wise, it's the right thing to do, to make sure that your staff workforce is diverse, it is creative, it does relate to the population that you're choosing to serve, or your client base or whatever. Yeah, Sophie, conscious of time, from an employer's perspective, or from your perspective, you know, what do you think the priorities are there for diversity?
Yeah, I think so. I sit on the Chartered Institution of Waste Management EDI working group, and you know, this is something we're really trying to get to grips with. And I mean, we've come up with quite a lot of potential actions to take to try and improve diversity in the sector. A lot of that is stuff that's been kind of talked about already, but you know, really improving representation, and you know, so having more speakers of, you know, that aren't all the same, and not having loads of just the same people on stage all the time, but actually letting people see that people that look like them can have these jobs and are, you know, doing well and are there. And I think a big part of that is about supporting those speakers and cultivating that kind of culture in people, because I think you end up with, you know, sectors where there is organizations with specific kind of, you know, outward facing people, and that's their job, and they're like, but that's my job and that's why I'm always on stage. And it's like, well, yes, but actually, what can't we also try and get some of these new people on stage too? It's no threat to you, I'm sure. So I think all of that, and having just, you know, and seeing that through everything, you know, so as in making sure that your media and communications and all that represents a diverse and kind of thriving and inclusive workplace, and you know, is really kind of showing people that they do belong here, and that they are welcome, and that we do want them, because like you said, it isn't just the right thing to do, it is, you know, absolutely critical to have a kind of sustainable, future facing kind of, you know, adaptable business or organization. And so I think there's just lots of stuff like that, outreach, having all the things we've talked about in terms of recruitment. I think, you know, it's just all of it, do all of it. Now.
Yeah. Thank you, I totally agree. Sammy, any closing thoughts from you?
Yeah, of course, I completely agree with everything that was just said. I think just to really kind of echo, I guess, the issue, because it really is a systemic issue, and especially within tech. Within VC funding, for example, we found that only 3% of VC funding went to female teams, and of that, only 0.02% went to Black female entrepreneurs, which I think really exacerbates the issue. And I think part of it is also, it does become an echo chamber, because if you look at venture capital and investors, I mean, they are predominantly white, middle class, middle-aged males, and I think, I mean, it's a fundamental issue, and I think it's something that we're striving to change as well. So on our programs, we strive to have, we're striving towards having 50% of companies being co-founded by females, and we're also looking at regional representation, ethnic diversity, of course, as well. So looking at having at least 30% of founders who are ethnically diverse. Ideally, that will also increase as well in the future. But it's really about, yeah, breaking down those barriers, and like Sophie was mentioning, and you were mentioning as well, I mean, it's only beneficial to have a diverse workforce. So completely agree. And we've just also made a policy as well for our future events to also make sure that on every panel that is 50% female, and that we do have one ethnically diverse speaker as well, because it's exactly like you say, that often, especially within this world, you have the same people speaking all the time. So I think just increase the diversity and getting new voices in is hugely important.
Well, I'm glad at least on this panel we've reached the female quota, if not the diversity quota, but we'll try harder next time. Thank you very much, everybody, and I'll hand back to you, Steve.
Brilliant, thanks, Kate. That was excellent. Thanks ever so much, Sophie. As ever, brilliant words. So bloody impressive, honestly. Right, so I'm going to move on, and we've just got our final session now. And then we're sort of cutting to the day. So we're leaving a really important session till last. I'm going to hand over, we've got a double-headed presentation from Will Swan from the University of Salford, and then Daniel Shear from Barrett's Developments, focusing on, if you haven't encountered it before, the amazing Energy House at the University of Salford. So Will, can I hand over to you first? I think you're going to kick us off, aren't you?
Yeah, sure. I'll just give a very quick introduction. My name's Professor Will Swan. I'm calling from, talking to you from the University of Salford. And really, I'm just going to talk very, very briefly and then hand over to Dan. So I'll talk about what we do at the university, and then obviously a project that we've done with Barrett's. Unfortunately, I'm actually got to go away. So Dan will have to field the questions, unfortunately. So I'll just share my screen. Bear with me a second. There we go. Can everybody see that? Okay. So yeah, just to recap, my name's Professor Will Swan, and I'm the Director of Energy House Laboratories. Oops, there we go. Oops, sorry. So what we do is a number of different things, but we basically use evidence to try and bring products to market, provide evidence for policy, try and develop new ways of doing things and measuring things. And when we started out, our big idea was really about, does it work and is it helping people? Because I think a lot of the things that get into the market, sometimes the evidence behind them can be not as robust as it might be. So, you know, we've worked for over a decade in this space, working with product manufacturers and now constructors. So we have 4 labs, and the first and the last one, Energy House and Energy House 2, are the ones really I want to talk about today. Although we do deal with things like insulation and fabric, and we also do a lot of work in the digital space in our smart meters, smart homes lab. So really the first major facility we built was Energy House 1 in 2011 now. And really that revolutionized the way that we tested retrofit. Previously, if you want to test something, it was sort of 2 years in the field, 100 houses. What we did was built a whole end terrace Victorian house that you can see there in a climate controlled lab. And that allows us to do repeatable experiments. And really that allowed us just to sort of engage with product manufacturers, and they could actually test something, change it, test it again, or compare their product against their house without a product, and we could get very robust data, sometimes in the matter of a few weeks. And this really led us, so that original project was about £2.5 million. This led us to a new project called Energy House 2. I'll just talk about that. So really where we are is in the space of net zero homes. And you can just see the top of Energy House 2 there at the moment. It's actually a lot further on. We'll be getting practical completion next or week after next. And so really that leads us into 2 areas, really new build and retrofit. And we work with the developers. We're doing a lot of work in the space of modern methods of construction, so off-site manufacturing, but we still really engage in the retrofit problem, because in terms of scale, that's the big one. So I'll just give you a little view of where we are with Energy House 2 at the moment. I'll just make sure that sound's off. Bear with me a second. So we can see it's nearly completion. This is about November. So actually everything's pretty much done. What we have is basically, whereas we had with Energy House 1, we had 1 chamber and a Victorian house. What we have here are 2 much larger chambers, and we can build whatever we want in it. So we can really address climate change as an international problem. So the original facility will go down to -13 up to +30, which pretty much covers a lot of what you're going to see in the UK. This goes down to -20 and up to +40. So that works out about 95% of the world's population. So we can do things like overheating. So you can see here the chambers are under construction. These are all constructed now. And what we'll be doing is we'll be working with 4 developers. So that's Sangaban, Bellway Homes, English Cities Fund, and Project Better Energy. So you can see here the heating, cooling and ventilation system, which was about 40% of the cost of the property. And we will be building test houses to see how the homes of the future are going to stack up against the challenges of net zero. So for us, really, this sort of opens up a whole new area that we've not been working in before. I'll just skip on. Bear with me. So where we see net zero, really, it cuts across a lot of things, even if you're just thinking about a house. Operational energy, obviously, this is the one we've already been engaging with, but also embodied energy. I think we're going to have to be able to respond to a certain amount of adaptation. And so, you know, making sure our buildings don't overheat, making sure they're resilient to more extreme weather, and actually having them contribute to things like biodiversity, so we can see the cooling impact of nature-based solutions. I think the house builders are having to respond to the energy transition, so we'll see no new gas connections, we'll see an increase of electrification of heat and transport, and by 2026 the net zero policy will be determining whether hydrogen comes into homes. I think it's a conversation we've had. I don't think it's going to be the major vector, but there'll certainly be a lot of experimentation in this space. And I think the last area, which is really a challenge, is around smart homes. And this relates to the energy transition. It's about how we can have good data control and energy services for homeowners. So it's a really interesting space, and I think some of the conversations earlier, it plays out into things like skills and clean growth and innovation, fuel poverty. So it's such an all-encompassing subject when you start getting into the question of people's homes. So I'm going to pass over to Dan. So this was one of the very early projects that we did last year with when we first started doing new build housing. And I think, you know, Barratt's were very, very quick to sort of recognise what we were doing, and really wanted to do a project with us even before we got to Energy House 2. So I'll pass over to Dan, who'll explain what Barratt set out to do. So this property's on the campus at the University of Salford. And I'll let Dan explain the detail. So just bear with me and I'll stop sharing my screen.
No problem. Give me 2 seconds and I will start sharing mine.
Apologies, I'm going to have to go now, unfortunately.
Oh, well, you've seen all this before. Can everyone see that?
Yeah, that's great, Dan. Thanks.
Yep, great. Thanks, Steve. So yeah, just following on from Will, obviously, to give an introduction, my name is Daniel Shea. I am Senior Technical Innovation Coordinator within the Barratt Developments Group. My role and the wider team's role within the group is to assess the future needs and the emerging issues, such as the ones that Will touched on, that are going to affect not only us as Barratt, but obviously the wider industry as well, whether this be through things like building regulation changes or the requirement of shifting the way that we build our homes due to things like embodied carbon and things like that, and the skill shortages that we were talking about earlier. So we assess that and think of the new ways and bring new technologies into the group. So at the start of the decade, Barratt laid out they assessed what the future needs are, looking at the updated Part L regulation changes that are coming, and we laid out a 10-year roadmap towards delivering zero carbon homes within the group. So that was assessing the 2023 regulation changes on top of the 21 regulation changes, and then obviously moving towards the future home standard in 2025 and the removal of gas within our homes and looking at the different heat options that we've got there, and then all the way through to delivering zero carbon homes throughout the business by 2030. Our experience previously, we've done similar projects in the past. So we did the Barratt Greenhouse with the BRE that is still there in their Watford campus, which was a zero carbon home. And then we've also done a large scale site that was called Hannam Hall, which was the first one by a large volume house builder to achieve zero carbon across the full site. We've done several university projects, obviously worked closely with Salford University around the research projects and zero carbon task forces, things of that nature. And then within the group, we successfully complete small, large innovation trials. One of them is the AMCH project that is ongoing currently, and the Z House is part of that wider AMCH project, which is a government-funded £6 million project with 6 partners. So that's a wider project, and as a company, we constantly get involved in things like that, looking at what the future holds for the industry. We touched on some of them earlier. These are obviously the key challenges that we've got when we look at the future regulation changes and the emerging issues around skill shortages, embodied carbon, things of that nature. So it's what we need to assess when we think about the new technologies that we're thinking about putting in our homes. Is the people out there within the industry that can install these? Is the knowledge there, both within the industry, the skills, the trades, but also is the knowledge there from the customer awareness point of view? Are they aware of what is going in their homes? Are they aware of how to control the things? Are we relying on the customer to control these to get the low carbon solution, or can we take that out of their hands somehow with the integration of smart technology so a person can move into a home, not change the way they live and be greener for it? So that's kind of how the Z House project a concept was discussed over a year ago now. We had the first meeting with Salford University, and the concept of building a zero carbon house was kind of born from that meeting, really. The project overview, obviously what we wanted to do, it's a concept house, but what we wanted to do is keep it similar to what we would normally build within our home. So we did an adapted standard house type that we built, but what we wanted to do is understand the key challenges that we're going to face, us and the wider industry, over the coming 10 years. And we wanted to understand and then challenge the supply chain and learn more from the integration of these new technologies and where the current and future key supply chains and organisations were on their zero carbon roadmap, and bring them along on our journey with us as well. So obviously the government set targets. We've got the future regulation changes with an overall 75% improvement on energy efficiency. And it also includes the removal of gas boilers. So we need to rethink about the way we heat our homes and what the options are out there, and are they scalable. So for Barratt and the wider house build industry, we need to find robust solutions in order to deliver the next generation of sustainable homes at a wider scale. And that was one of the key focuses for this project. We didn't want to build another concept house similar to the greenhouse. We wanted to build something that was scalable and viable, that we could roll out en masse across all of our sites within the not too distant future. And then some of the key drivers, obviously there was carbon reduction, both embodied carbon and operational. We've got biodiversity, so we partnered with the RSPB, and we've incorporated that design within the garden of the Z House. Water usage, you'll see the different showers that we've got installed within the property, and then also health and well-being for the customer when they move into the property. What is their quality of living like? So that's where Salford come in with their monitoring, and are also going to have people live in the home. And then also the skills that it takes to build it. That was a key learning point. We've put different MMC methods into this home that I'll touch on shortly that we don't normally do as a group. So it's understanding the challenges around them, both from an MMC perspective and a zero carbon perspective with the new technologies. Can we rely on the current skills that we currently use within the group to install these new technologies? So we partnered with over 45 partners and 15 consultants throughout the project. And what you might notice on some of the slides, these aren't some of the normal ones that we would be on our list to deliver our homes. For example, we've got Octopus Energy and Nissan on there. So what this shows is that we need to integrate new suppliers and new sectors going forward in order to deliver zero carbon homes and bring everyone along on the journey with us to share the learnings. So the house type itself, as I said earlier, it's adapted from a standard house type that we build en masse across all of our sites. We build roughly 1,500 of the Alderney house type that the house type is adapted from. It's built on Salford University campus, just highlighted there on the map. It's a closed panel timber frame solution with pre-fitted cladding on the outside that I'll touch on more as we go through. So it's taking what we would normally do on-site, off-site to reduce the amount of waste and skills required on-site. And we also roof tile on the ground because we're trying to eliminate the scaffold, because there's things like health and safety risks associated with scaffold. So can we think about how we erect our homes so we can eliminate them risks as well? So there's different avenues with the project that we wanted to go down. Firstly, I'll touch on the MMC element. I've got a quick video that shows, that will hopefully play, that gives kind of a time lapse of the construction to give you an idea of how quickly things went up. So we started on site around June time, but we couldn't have come above slab level until we had planning, which happened on the 28th of July. What I will say, the middle of a city on a university campus doesn't have the best ground conditions, so there was a bit of work to do before we started coming above ground, to be honest. But as you can see on screen there, the slabs went in, which are an off-site product as well. The ground floor closed panel timber frame system went in. Then we've got an off-site panelized masonry solution, so there's no bricklayer required on site, and it eliminates all brick and block waste from site. And then we built the roof on the ground. We covered it over on the ground with lightweight metal roof tiles, and we've got the solar PV fitted on the ground as well. There's 25 panels in total on the roof. And what we did, we didn't choose the easiest roof configuration. It would have been simple to do an up and over roof. We could have lifted it as one, but we thought if we're going to challenge ourselves, let's choose a difficult one, because if we can do it with this one, all the rest should be easier. So we had to lift it in 2 parts and then tie it together once the roof was in place, which you can see being lifted, the final piece there with the PV already installed. The roof has also got 2 batteries installed within the roof on ground level, so they were lifted within the roof section that you can see on screen there, with the inverter pre-installed within that section there as well. And then once the house was erect, that's when we started working internally. But to give you an idea of timescales, we got planning on the 28th of July, and we were painting the unit 8 weeks later. So overall, we're saying 12 to 14 weeks build time, with half the build time on site, which has all sorts of benefits. So this was the ground floor solution. It's an insulated precast concrete ground floor unit developed by Bison Precast. So the pre-insulated planks that are then dropped and delivered on site, that you can see on the photo on the right there. We also have a closed panel timber frame system with Oregon, who are part of the Barrett Developments group. So that is a timber frame stud with the insulation pre-fitted in between. We also had factory fitted windows. And we also had on the upper floor the cladding pre-fit in the factory as well. So it was the concept of that scaffoldless erect that we were trialing there, so we can get a unit wind and watertight within the same day, so we can get trades working on the externals and the internals at the same time, which saves both time, resource and waste on site as well. We worked with Forterra, who developed a panelised brick solution. This is different to any other solution that we've trialled within the group, which is normally concrete with a brick slip system. This is a full brick system. The only difference is it's cast off-site and then lifted to site as one panel. So like I said, it eliminates all brick and block waste from site, and this house went up without a bricklayer on site as well. So we had the pre-manufactured masonry wall that I touched on there, up to 12 times quicker than the traditional masonry product, and all the other benefits that I've touched on. And then we've got a cladding system that was supplied by James Hardy, the Hardy plank system. That was a fibre cement board that was pre-flit in the factory with Oregon, with windows pre-fit as well, to give us that scaffoldless erect concept that I talked about. And then the PV, moving on to the energy side of it, 25 panels in total. That is more than you would need to get to the future home standard, but we wanted to maximise the amount of output that we could get from the house just to monitor the difference. That's the ideal thing about this project. In partnering with Salford, we can monitor the actual energy output as opposed to the design. So this house is designed to produce 4,600 kilowatts of energy. So that's 125% over carbon reduction. So that's 50% above the future home standard of 75% reduction as well. And again, like I touched on, everything was installed on the ground, reducing the amount of labour required on site. So moving on to the heating side of things, we went with an air source heat pump and a cylinder for this project. That is generally the way we're looking as a company to move towards air source heat pumps. We have got a trial of a wider site on the back of this project, looking to do a full site of air source heat pumps. So the air source heat pump is combined with a cylinder inside the house and supplement for a zero carbon solution for space heating and hot water demand. So an air source heat pump, for those who don't know, works in a similar way to your fridge. By moving heat from one place to the other, it takes the heat out of the air and puts it into the water. Works at a lot lower temperature than your standard gas boiler, so the water temperature is coming in at 40 to 45 degrees as opposed to a gas boiler, which is normally around 60 to 70 degrees. It can operate down to outside temperatures as low as 20 degrees. It's low maintenance as well. It's got remote diagnostics, so if there was anything wrong with the air source heat pump itself outside, the supplier could come, fix it, and then it reduces the impact on the customer as well for access and things like that post-occupation. Because the heat is coming in at a lower temperature, underfloor heating is a solution that we installed within this house. Obviously, underfloor heating works at a lower temperature because of the surface area increasing. If we were to go with radiators throughout the house, we would be increasing the size of our radiators throughout the house. So what we did, we thought we'd try both options in this house. We've got underfloor heating downstairs, and then we went for radiators upstairs. But we also wanted to try different heat emitters within the home. So we've also tried out infrared heating panels that are in 2 of the rooms to give off a radiant heat. So we can see the amount of energy it takes to get up to the same temperature as it would a standard radiator or underfloor heating. And then we also tried the different wet system, but called thermoskirt. So that is essentially you water pipes for your radiator, which would normally service your radiators, just running through a skirting board on the outside of the rooms that you can see on the screen there. So again, we've got these different heat emitters that we can isolate and trial different solutions within the home to see which ones use the most energy and which are most comfortable for post-occupancy once people live in the home afterwards as well. Moving on to the interior, touched on it at the beginning, we challenged all of our supply chain in one way or another, but it's a good way to show the kitchen itself, how we can influence our supply chain to use recycled products. So this isn't a standard kitchen that we didn't install in our home, but we work with Symphony. So what you can see on the screen there is 100% recycled board content, 50% recycled content for the cabinets. The kitchen handles that you can see on the screen there are a coconut fibre, so that's a renewable raw material. And the worktop themselves are manufactured using a carbon neutral process from recycled materials as well. The kitchen is also what you call a smart kitchen, so we've integrated different technologies. We've got a 4-in-1 tap by Frankie, instant boiling water, filtered water, and then your standard hot and cold water. We've got a smart oven that you can say what you put in the oven, it'll weigh the amount of food and it'll know how long it exactly needs to cook it for that to be cooked, so it's not wasting any excess energy. We've got a fridge freezer that monitors the amount of humidity to make food last longer. That's due because the average family wastes up to £450 a year on food. So if you can make that food last 3 to 4 days longer, it'll definitely be a benefit, and it'll definitely be a benefit for the students once they move in the home, once we've handed it over to Salford. We've also got a smart washing machine that has a steam function, which uses 60% less water. So if you wanted to go home on a night and freshen up your clothes that you wore to work that day that were unsoiled, you could use the steam function, and then you're using 60% less water than you would normally do with a standard washing machine as well. We've also integrated different smart technology throughout the home. So we've got smart light switches and sockets that are all linked to the Google system that we've also got in the home. So it controls the light, sockets, blinds. They can also monitor the amount of energy consumption coming from that specific socket or light switch as well. They're remotely controlled, as I said. You can either have it on an app by yourself, or you can speak to your home assistant, whether that be Google, Amazon. That you can control them voice activated as well, and then you can tailor different things to your schedule, so you can set up different things for when you get up in the morning, things of that nature. So it's the house working for you. And on Google, we've also got Google as a partner on the project. So we've got their Google Home system, we've got the Nest Minis, the doorbell. We've also got the cameras throughout the home as well, and setting up different routines, as I said, just to make it easier you're not relying on the customer wants to move in to set the heating at a certain temperature and things like that. You can just set it up, and as I said, you're taking the reliance off the customer for how they use the different low carbon products. Battery storage is obviously a big thing with the amount of PV on the roof. They were supplied by Give Energy. We've got 2 5-kilowatt batteries that were installed on the ground and lifted within the roof structure. So fully charged 10 kilowatts can provide enough energy to run a laptop for around 200 hours. But on top of that, we've also got EV chargers. We've got 2 systems. We've got a wall box system and an Ennett Stelio system, which is a standard system that we use throughout the group. But the wall box system is a vehicle to grid system, so you can use the excess energy that your solar is creating, your solar PV, and feed that into your car, and then the car can feed that back into the grid when the rates are high. So that's when things like Octopus Energy's agile tariff comes in, and they can monitor the amount of energy. So when the rate is high and it's peak, 5 o'clock, when everyone gets home and turns the kettles on, it can sell it back to the grid, so you're making money from what you've stored, the excess energy you've stored from the vehicle. But then what it can also do is at 3 o'clock in the morning, when the rates are low, when no one's using the energy, it can store the energy within the batteries and within the car, and then sell that back at the peak hours as well. So essentially what the system is doing is trading electricity for you without you actually having to do anything. Water was a key aspect that not only now, but definitely in the future. So based on a family of 4 all showering once a day, the system that you can see on the screen there would save you around 575 baths. It uses around 60% less water. And how it does that is it atomizes the water through high pressure air. So it increases the water droplets by 2.5 times to give you the same sensation as you would find in a normal shower as well. So the average shower uses 10 litres of water per minute. This can be set at 4, 5 or 6. So significantly reducing the amount of water, but getting the same sensation you would as a standard shower as well. But then the knock-on effect of that is you've also got the reduction in the carbon because your hot water demand comes down. So you can save around 590 kilograms of CO2 a year. That's the equivalent of planting 210 trees, just for context. We've also got a different shower as well. So we've got one that looks at an engineering side, and then we've also got one that's a smart shower and relies on the customer's interaction with the system. So what the smart shower does, it monitors how long you spend in the shower, and it'll give you a report once you finish your shower of how long you've spent in it, how much water you've used, and how much it's cost you with regards to bills. So it'll be interesting to see all the time once people live in the property, if they try to start kind of beating themselves in the shower and kind of get them lower and lower down. The average person spends 7.5 minutes in the shower. So if it was me, I'd be trying to beat my time every second I was in the shower.
Dan, you all right to start wrapping up, if that's all right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. The well-being, obviously a big thing. Indoor air quality is a concern as we move towards making our homes more thermally efficient. So we use different products like the plaster and the paint to take the volatile kind of compounds out of the air and improve indoor air quality for our customers. And then we've also got the RSPB garden that I touched on at the beginning, that incorporates things like bird box, rain gardens, hedgehog highways. We've got a Swift box and a bat box in there, and then all the paving and the driveway is permeable to assist with water regulation throughout the home. And finally, it's just the connection with Salford University. We've got the Hive energy management system that is doing all that energy monitoring and feeding it into the grid and what the home requires and the batteries. And then where Salford come into it, obviously they're experts in energy monitoring and monitoring the home. So that's what drew us to partner with them in the first place. So they're going to monitor everything about the home. There's over 95 sensors in the home and 1 kilometre worth of data cables. So you literally won't be able to move without Salford knowing in the house. So that's it. Any questions?
Brilliant. Thanks, Daniel. That was amazing. Just one from me, and then I'm going to bring Lucy Brown in. She's got a question for you, and I'll ask you one that somebody else has posted in the chat. But I mean, amazing to see all that technology that we've all heard about, but you've just brought it all together. Did you say that house is then going to be handed over to, is that becoming a student house?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So we obviously with the agreement with Salford, what we've done is to see how people live in it and to get the real life monitoring and the data back. We're going to hand it over to Salford later this year, and postgraduate students are going to live in it for up to a year. We won't be putting
literally
any
the swankiest, smartest student house in the history of humankind.
It is, yeah. We've had to be careful. We've got to have chats with Salford that no freshers go in there, otherwise we'll have no plans.
Okay, I've got a question from Lucy. Lucy, did you want to come in? And then Andrew, I'll ask your question.
Hi, yeah, it's sort of boring but maybe necessary question about insurance. Is there any issues with building insurers with this design of house?
No, so what we did do, we use NHBC to give a warranty for all of our homes. We give the 10-year warranty. We brought them along with the journey as well. So they've actually put building control on this home, although we haven't actually given a warranty to it because it's classed as a research facility. It has passed all the normal checks that one of our standard homes would.
So that doesn't translate into any issue for a potential homeowner in the future when they're trying to insure the house?
No, there is still development to do with the MMC side and the MMC systems because we use a lot of innovative systems, but that's on the journey. So by the time we come to roll these out, you would get a CML certificate is what it's called when they pass the final certificate over to say you can get your mortgage. There'd be no issue from that point of view.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. We also had a question in the chat Daniel, about solar roof tiles and whether you've ever looked at those as a possible technology to use.
We did, and we looked at it for this project. We had a partner who could provide and supply the integrated tiles, but we are looking at solar tiles for the next project that we've got with Salford University that Will touched on with regards to Energy House. So we are putting a house within the Energy House labs with Salford, and solar tiles is one of the things that is likely to be trialed on there.
Brilliant. That's amazing. Daniel, thank you so much. I'm going to start wrapping us up now, actually, but that was absolutely fascinating. I'm going to go and apply for a postgrad degree at Salford straight away so I can get in the house before you open it up. But thanks so much. That was really fascinating. Brilliant.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Now, I'm just going to give us 1 second if anybody wants to do an open mic moment. Anybody got any thoughts they want to share? Any issues that have been thrown up? Otherwise, I'll wrap us up. Anybody want to say anything? I think we're there. What I really like about Pro Manchester events is they take you just slightly uncomfortably into lunch, just to sort the wheat from the chaff, just see who's got the staying power to get right to where we're summing up and thanking the sponsors. So we're well and truly into lunchtime. I don't know about you, but my tummy's rumbling. So I'm going to wrap us up just to recap on what an extraordinary set of speakers and presentations that we've had. We've covered measuring carbon and new tools to measure carbon. We've covered energy networks, brand and reputation with Daniel from Webber Shandwick. We've been through green chemistry. I didn't see that coming this morning. Finance models, trends in patent filings, and that was just totally fascinating. Right through to tech innovation, graphene, artificial intelligence, drones, upskilling our workforce, diversity, and the amazing Energy House, and what our future homes are going to look like, as well as a bit of a look at green transport. I don't know about all of you lot, but my head is spinning. But it just shows just what a rich, incredible morning the Pro Manchester team put together. So before I hand over to Sam to say goodbye, again, I just want to thank our sponsors, which are Appleyard, Leeds, Suez, Electricity Northwest, and Squire, Paton, Boggs. And obviously, thanks to you, Sam and Nicola and the team at Pro Manchester for putting on a brilliant event.
Amazing. Thanks, Steve. I've just realised I should have changed my background really to the green tech one rather than having Mima behind me. But yes, I've been sat here throughout the entire morning, just quietly in the background, listening to all of those wonderful kind of those discussions, and just a thank you from me to everyone who has taken part in it. But I just wanted to wrap up and say a huge thanks to Steve, who has done a wonderful job hosting the entire thing for us this morning and keeping us very, very well to time as well. So thanks, Steve. I really, really appreciate it. You and I have got a call tomorrow where we're going to catch up and see where we're going to take all of this stuff next and what more we can do to really make a change over the next sort of 12, 24, however many years this might take. But let's crack on. I'm looking forward to